I'll get us started then. Good evening and welcome to the January 19th, 2021 regular meeting of the Board of Education. The time is now 6:06 p.m. We will begin our roll call conducted by our Board Secretary, Ms. Sarah Dalkey.
Director Foster.
Here.
Director Broderick.
Here.
Director Vu.
Here.
Director Allen.
Here.
Director Cobb.
Here.
Director Marchese. I'd also like to note that Director Marchese will be absent, and Director Ellis.
Here.
I'd also like to acknowledge members of administration as well. Please respond as Sarah calls your name.
Superintendent Gothard. Chuck Long, General Counsel.
Here.
Cedric Baker, Chief of Staff.
Here.
Marie Truel, Chief Financial Officer. Jackie Turner, Chief Operations Officer.
Here.
Dave Watkins, Chief of Schools.
Here.
Kate Wilcox Harris, Chief Academic Officer.
Here.
Stacy Gray-Achea, Director, Office of Research, Evaluation, and Assessment.
Here.
Kenyatta McCarty, Executive Director of Human Resources.
Here.
Kevin Burns, Director, Office of Communications.
Here.
Kaing Tao, Board Administrator.
Here.
Khalid Ali, SEED Member.
Here.
And I'm Sarah Dalkey, Board Secretary, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair Foster.
Thank you. To ensure effective discussion via this phone conference, I will be using our roll call procedure to ensure that each board member and the superintendent has an opportunity to provide input. If you have questions or comments, please hold them until I call your name. At the end of each discussion, there will also be an opportunity for Superintendent Gothard to make any closing remarks. I would like to remind everyone that this is an open meeting and welcome all community members of the public who are monitoring at this time. Also, as a reminder, I ask all board directors and staff on the line to please mute your phone when you are not speaking, just as you would turn off your microphone at the dais. This request is also extended to all others on the line. In addition, at our emergency BOE meeting on March 19th, we updated our protocol to allow public comment to continue during this unprecedented time due to COVID-19. I'd like to acknowledge that public comments, if submitted, have been received and distributed to board members. As an update, a subcommittee met on January 11th to discuss live public comments. Board members approved the recommendation to proceed with virtual live public comments via phone or Microsoft Teams, beginning with the February 23rd regular meeting. Members of the public may register for public comment by contacting the board secretary at sarah.dalkey@spps.org or by calling 612-434-1105 or 2 by submitting the public comment input form at www.spps.org/BOE. The format for live virtual public comment will be similar to the Truth and Taxation hearing format. Speakers will be provided a Microsoft Teams link to join via their computer and or a phone number to call to join the meeting. Public comments begin at 5:30. Speakers will be in this order: students, speakers speaking to an agenda-related item, then others in the order of names received, with preference given to those who have not spoken in the past 3 months. The time allowed may be reduced from 3 minutes in order to allow as many speakers as possible to offer their comments within a 30-minute allocation. Next, I'd like to move to approve the order of the main agenda with one update. To move old business, resolution adopting a St. Paul Public Schools resolution in response to COVID-19 pandemic to follow the SPPS on-site update within the superintendent's report. Is there a second?
Second by Broderick.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Director Broderick. Vote, please.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Broderick.
Yes.
Director Vu.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Cobb.
Yes.
Director Marchese. And Director Ellis.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is recognitions, and I would turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chair Foster, members of the board and community. Always a great honor to bring before you very deserving recipients of our community in doing wonderful work that we believe needs to be shared with you and with our community. So tonight we have 3 different individuals or groups that we are going to be recognizing. The first, I'd like to introduce Darren Ginther, the Director of the Office of College and Career Readiness. Darren is going to share an award presented to our Gateway to College program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Darren Ginther.
Thank you, Chair Foster, members of the board, and SEED member Ali. Gateway to College Area Learning Center, or Gateway for short, has received the Program Excellence Award for the 3rd consecutive year from Achieving the Dream, which includes the Gateway to College National Network. This award is in recognition of exceeding all 4 benchmarks used to assess the performance of Gateway to College schools nationwide. The 4 student benchmarks exceeded include first term success, fall to fall persistence, 2-year persistence, and 3-year graduation rate. These are unique to an ALC like Gateway because of the unique students that it serves, who typically come from schools that were not meeting their needs. So typically we have about 30% of our students, their first school in St. Paul Public Schools is Gateway to College. They come from outside the district. St. Paul College has hosted the Gateway to College ALC since 2014. All Gateway students take college classes while they finish their high school diploma. During the school year 2019-2020, Gateway had the largest student population amongst the ALC high schools in St. Paul. Gateway to College ALC will receive the Program Excellence Award in July at the network's National Peer Learning Conference. And as an SPPS staff member who has been a part of Gateway since its inception in 2014, I can't put into words how thankful I am to the students, families, staff, and leadership that have changed the culture of Gateway from a small program of just 25 students in 2014 to over 200 students last year. I'd like to invite Adam Kunz, supervisor of Gateway, to share a few words and to be recognized on behalf of Gateway to College. Adam?
Good evening, Chair Foster, members of the board, Dr. Gothard, and SEED member Ali. As you just heard from Director Ginther, this award was about our successes last year. However, I wanted to share a little bit about this year during distance learning, some of the successes that we're having. Many of our students have flourished in distance learning, like Justin in Sabajé, who in December will be the first student who is an EL learner to graduate from high school while also getting his associate's degree, which is a huge accomplishment. However, we had many students who needed more support to find success. And to support students struggling with the transition to distance learning, we adopted a never give up approach to student support. Our team is helping navigate dozens of unique challenges. Providing support to continue school is the #1 item on the top of that list. Our students and families average 2.5 personalized direct phone calls or text messages from teachers or staff members each week. These communications are an as needed approach. They range from how are you doing to how do you factor a polynomial. Further, following all the COVID protocols, I've personally visited more than 1/3 of our students' homes during distance learning for check-ins, materials drop-off, or other needed supports. And in general, my staff has relentlessly searched for ways to support success and growth during these times. Like many schools, traditional success rates have decreased, but there's nothing traditional about school this year or Gateway to College in general. So my team focuses on the human behind those numbers, and our never give up mentality is continually serving students in this new and creative way. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Adam, to you and all the staff and community at Gateway to College. A great job, and so wonderful to hear about that success story as well. So great job. Thank you, Darren. Next up, members of the board, we have our EKC program, as we refer to it, Essential Kid Care. And as you know, I don't have to say too much about this, but I want to introduce Director of Community Education, Tony Walker, to share with you and be able to recognize his staff tonight for their care and skill in providing for St. Paul's essential workers. Tony?
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Thank you, Board Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, and SEED member Ali. I have the great pleasure to recognize 124 staff from our Community Education Essential Childcare Program. While I'm not going to announce each name, rather I created a slideshow highlighting the staff, and we'll talk about the amazing work they've accomplished in our Essential Kids Care Program over the past 10 months. And I'll ask Sarah if she could pull that slideshow up while I talk. I'll just give that a quick second. Thank you, Sarah. So, per Governor Walz's Executive Order 2002 of the state of Minnesota, St. Paul Public Schools was mandated to provide essential childcare programs for members of our Tier 1 community way back on March 18, 2020. This mandate happened, I believe, on a weekend, either a Saturday or Sunday. I forget when the governor came on live TV. And we had 2 days to set up a program for all of our essential kids in our programs. So what an amazing feat by our department and by many departments and resources here in St. Paul Public Schools to pull this off. I owe a huge thank you to the staff and leadership of the Community Education Discovery Club's team, members of the Early Childhood Family Education Program team, the school district TAs have all worked to collaborate with student health and wellness, facilities, custodial staff, the transportation department, nutrition services, really the entire whole operations team led by Chief Turner, who's been amazing through this whole process, and you, Superintendent Gothard, to be able to provide support for over 500 people during a global pandemic. What a true accomplishment. The staff listed here in this PowerPoint are dedicated to safety and the well-being of young people. It's on display each and every day. As they facilitate small group activities, support distance learning, provide social and emotional supports, build positive youth and adult connections, and establish belonging relationships inside our schools and community, and all at the same time by maintaining safety protocols that resulted in 0 cases of COVID-19 originating in our programs. Truly remarkable. We've been able to run this program safely and effectively with our students, our young people, and our staff. In January of 2020, none of us could have imagined the situation we currently face, nor can most of us understand the daily dedication of these particular staff members in facing ever-changing conditions and expectations. I and we thank them for their perseverance, their commitment and dedication to the children and families of our community. I am truly grateful to work with you and honored to have you a part of our community education family here in St. Paul Public Schools. I hope one day we can recognize you properly by inviting you up to the board and into the community education programs and giving you a great round of applause for the amazing work that you've truly done over the past 10 months. So honored, thankful, and appreciative of you, all of you, and the work that you've done. And we are in it together as well, like that picture states right there. It's amazing work. If you go into an EKC classroom, you will see a group of students working hard, distance learning. You will see on their whiteboards a list of schedules and classes and resources. That picture was not taken during COVID, let me tell you that right now. So I'll just say that there right now. Was not just amazing opportunities, and just the puzzle pieces that our staff have put together in order to pull this off have truly been remarkable. To our interim, our director, Sarah Dinga, as well, to provide this leadership during this. We've had some staff transitions as well, but it's been truly remarkable. Our ECFE staff have been reassigned to this position as well, and they've been amazing to work with as well. Truly honored, and I want to go out of the way to really thank Chief Turner for her amazing support and the operations team for helping guide me through this adventure the past 10 months. So couldn't do it without you. Really thankful for all the staff. I owe you everything. The kids of our St. Paul Public Schools community owe you everything. We've been able to do this safely and effectively for the past 10 months, and we owe it all to you. So thank you.
Tony and team, great job. And you know, if I could just say, let's go back to that Sunday. Tony, I remember it well. You know, we brought you in and said, you know, Director Walker, this is what we've been charged with. And you didn't flinch either. So we really appreciate your great work and getting this up and running. So great job. Chief Turner, I don't know if you wanted to add anything as well.
I do, but I have so much to say. So I'm just going to say again, thank you. Amazing job. Easy to work with. because you have such a great team. And so thank you for all your work and all your team's work.
Yeah, great job. And we'll take you up on that face-to-face interaction and celebration when it's the right time as well, Director Walker. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Members of the board, Chair Foster, and members of the board, last but certainly not least, you may know that Phelan Lake Hmong Studies Magnet Principal Catherine Rich retired at the end of 2020. Tonight, Dr. Agbamu is going to introduce their new principal. Dr. Agbamu.
Madam Chair, Superintendent Gother, it is with great pleasure and pride that I introduce Mei Li Zhang as the new principal of Phelan Lake Hmong Studies and Hmong Dual Immersion Program after the retirement of Catherine Rich. Mei Li has been an integral part of Phelan Lake Elementary, where she has served since 2004 as a classroom teacher, an ELL teacher, a coach, a curriculum contributor, coaching. Everybody knows that our Hmong program is homegrown and is the first in the United States of America. Mei Li was an integral part of the dual language program in ensuring that the curriculum are written in Hmong, they are taped and handed over to the teachers and the students. Now, after serving in this capacity, she became the assistant principal under the supervision of Catherine Rich. Today, she gets to run that school. She gets to go in there and be the head of a school that she's given so much time, so much effort, and so much energy. And so it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Principal Mei Li Zhang.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agbamu. Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I feel so honored to be able to continue the important work that happens at Phelan Lake and look forward to all of your support in that. My journey in St. Paul Public School began long before Phelan Lake. First and foremost, as a kindergarten student in St. Paul Public Schools at Riverview over on the east side. I'm a St. Paul Public Schools product, graduated from Humboldt High School. But I just remember at an early age, you know, my first experiences in the school was I went to school and I couldn't speak Hmong. I was discouraged from speaking that. And, you know, through the years, I learned very quickly how to navigate what my teachers taught me. I picked up on what they taught me. And unfortunately, over the years, I also learned that what I learned at school was more valuable than what I learned from my parents, right? I learned that the values that were taught in school, you know, were more important than what the values that my parents taught me. And so it wasn't until I became an adult and realized that, you know, I am better because I was able to figure out what my parents expected of me and what my teachers expected of me. And I was better because I learned that what my teachers taught me was great and helpful. And I also learned to see the importance that what my family instilled in me was also just as valuable. And I was better because my English tongue helped me to communicate with my teachers and all those around me, but my Hmong ears allowed me to hear my parents' wisdom. And so when I learned to value all of the things around me and all of my learning, I became very empowered to do better in everything. And so it's this realization as an adult that drove me into education and made me realize that if we can help our students value all of the learning around them, whether it's from their homes or from their schools, they are better because of all of their learning around them. So I couldn't imagine that so many years later, I would be working in a school that would be teaching and encouraging our students to speak in Hmong and honoring their home languages. And so our Hmong elders have a saying that I hold dear to my heart, and one that my father used to say to me. And it goes, which means a bag full of silver is not as valuable as a body full of knowledge. And that's always driven me Although my parents could never help us with our schoolwork and they couldn't support in those ways, they always instilled in us the value of learning and of striving and of always trying to do better. And so I hold this to be true, both as a teacher and now as a leader, to be at the heart of what we do in St. Paul and as educators, regardless of our role. And so I look forward to working with all of you and to reaching SPPS's goals of inspiring all of our students to think critically and pursuing their dreams and changing the world and becoming better because of all of who they are. And I'm really humbled by this opportunity to continue the great work at Phalen Lake now as a principal, and look forward to working with all of you as well to make all of our schools a wonderful learning place for our brilliant students. So thank you for this opportunity.
Principal Zhang, that was absolutely beautiful. We'll open it up to board members in a moment. I just want to thank you. And you know, when this opening came about, there were really three choices for you: stay the same, run away, or jump in during a global pandemic. And the fact that you so quickly and for such good reason, as you just shared, stepped into this role, we are so grateful and so proud of you, and look forward to supporting your new journey. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Chair Foster.
Next, I will open it up for comments from the other board members, and I'll just begin with just a sincere shout out and thanks, gratitude, congratulations to Gateway, to Darren Gither for bringing that presentation, bringing them for us, to Adam Kuntz for all the hard work you and the team do over there, to our Essential Kids Care folks, you know, gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. March was a long time ago, and you guys have done wonderful work, and there are so many people to shout out and just thank, just to know that it is an honor to serve and work alongside many of you all. And to Principal Zhang, congratulations. And thank you. Thank you for bringing your body of knowledge to Phalen Lake, to this district, and for stepping in over there. And I look forward to seeing the amazing work and that you do with our staff and students and families there as well. Congratulations. Director Broderick.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Foster. And I just want to echo what Chair Foster has just said when she thanked all three of the recognition recipients tonight. And I can't resist but also say to May Lee, good luck. Congratulations and good luck on a new venture for you. And back to what Walker and Adam Kunz had said, just real quickly, as you can see, this old man's got a telephone that's smarter than he is. But I have often said about St. Paul Public Schools that we like to say that we are family. And after listening to May Lee and what she said and what Tony Walker talked about, all of those people who work so hard on that essential kid care program. And then what Adam Kunz said, I wrote it down. He said, we like to think we have a never give up mentality. And you know what? That's what families are. Families never give up on their kids. And so May Lee, Tony, Adam, and all of those names on that list, man, it makes an old man's heart warm. Thank you very, very much.
Director Vu.
Yes, I want to echo you, Chair Foster. I want to echo Director Broderick. What I'm hearing is just a lot of perseverance during a time of stress, during extraordinary times. And we continue to move forward, help each other, support each other, and do the most important work that we need to for each other. Principal May Lee, personal story was hard heartwarming. I understand that road. That road is long. You know, being a new child here in the United States, not knowing English and being where you are right now, very impressive accomplishment. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Director Allen.
I just want to say, Gateway, thank you so much for the amazing opportunities and for pressing through during this really difficult time. I know distance learning can be challenging, but to see those type of accomplishments come out of that is really amazing. So I appreciate you. My folks over at Community Ed and Essential Care, I started in Community Ed, and there was a couple people in that picture I remember from the very beginning of my career there. So I thank you so much for all of the work that you've put in. And I think I've told her this several times over the literally 30 years probably now that I've watched her work with kids. People in Discovery Club care about kids, and I love it. And so thank you guys so much for showing up and giving yourselves at this time. Principal Zhang, congratulations. I'm excited. I'm always excited when there's a building full of culture. And so I'm excited about what you do with that. And I'm excited to come, visit the school and see what's happening and learn some stuff because, we all got a lot to learn, right? So congratulations and keep pushing. That's it.
Director Kopp.
So yeah, I guess I will be the echo fifth one. One of the very first people I spoke to during kind of in the early days of the pandemic, I remember speaking to Adam Kuntz because I was doing the graduation for Gateway to College, and I wanted to get to know, I didn't know that much about it. And I remember speaking with Adam about his team, about the kids, about their work, and I was so moved and so impressed. And so this doesn't surprise me a bit, and it's really well-deserved. And as Director Broderick said, that never give up spirit is essential to what we're doing now. So thank you for doing that to the whole team there. Essential Kids Care, once a week, I'm in close proximity to an Essential Kids Care site. And so I get to see the kiddos on the playground with the adults, a lot of the adults' names there. They are out there, they are showing love to our kids, they are taking care of our kids. They have been with them, many of them from the beginning, providing that support for the families of essential workers. And I will tell you, that is a joyful noise to hear kids playing on the playground. The first time I heard it, it felt like I hadn't heard it in forever. And every time I hear it every week, it fills my heart with joy. And so thank you to those who have been doing that work constantly, doing it safely, and providing an important service. And to Principal Zhang, I was really moved by your story. And I think of kind of the cyclical nature of your story, how kind of returning to tending to the seeds that you've planted along the way, and having the opportunity to do that is really special. And I'm excited for you and wish you all the best.
Director Marchese, Director Ellis.
So everybody took what I was gonna say, right? Congratulations, Principal Zhang. Balin, they're all my favorite, but Balin's got a special place in my heart. I love Balin. I remember the first time I went to visit kindergarten, and they were doing story time and everything was in Hmong. And so I was asking the little one that I was sitting next to what they were saying, and he told me to be quiet and listen. It was amazing. It was a moment, and it was amazing. But I appreciated so much that he was so engrossed in it, and I was interrupting and wanting to learn with him, and he was clearly, this was his moment, and I needed not to interrupt that. And like I said, it was beautiful. To our Essential Kid Care staff, Tony Walker, thank you so much. I too like Director Kopp, have heard our little people playing on playgrounds, and knowing that our people are showing up every day to do this in a pandemic, and worried about their safety and worried about their loved ones, and still showing up to take care of little people. Thank you. That is so meaningful. That's so important. And thinking back or thinking on this in the future, and when those kids look back on it, they're going to remember the time that they spent with you. And that is going to be powerful in itself. And Gateway to College, I still remember, not last year, but the year before, when there was the presentation from Gateway to College to the board, and the students that were speaking about the importance of the program for them, and that they wouldn't have gotten through it without the care and support of people that were working with them. And that always resonated with me as well too. So proud of St. Paul. That's a lot of what I hear tonight is pride in the work of helping students, supporting one another, making sure that we're keeping each other safe, and looking out for our young people. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
Seat Member Ali.
Thank you, Chair Foster and Superintendent Gothard. I think I just want to echo what everyone has said, but Principal Zhang, congratulations, and it brings joy when a product of St. Paul Public School can end up in St. Paul Public School with this kind of story, and it just every student's gonna look up to your story, and we can see a lot of success coming out of that school, and I just want to say congratulations, and can't wait to hear more of your stories and wisdoms that your parents have shared with you, whether it's through students or just from you. It's just an inspiration. And for Gateway, I know a couple of kids who have graduated from Gateway, and it's just like PSEO and students. They have, those students are working job, providing for their family, and also working on their education, to have that opportunity. If they ended up staying in high school, they might not have that kind of opportunity, but that opportunity that Gateway provides is something that we should not take it lightly, and it's something that we should appreciate it more, because it gives more students, especially those ELL students, another opportunity to have a chance to earn that college credit, and also end up in college, have that 2-year degree, and have that work experience, and with community ed and essential workers, they are helping the essential workers, the parents of the students and the little kids, having that opportunity, giving that opportunity to the parents, so they can have chance to help their family and provide for their family during this unprecedented time. And they are the number one the frontline workers that we should appreciate more. And this us saying thank you is not enough, and we should do more to show our gratitude and appreciation for what they've been doing for the past couple of months. When we thought it would be a 2-week 3-week 1 month thing, ended up almost a year, and it's just could end up being more, and it's just it's something we shouldn't take lightly. And thank you to everyone who's been exposing themselves and helping others so they can have a chance at life. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just highlight, Dr. Gothard, turns back over. I want to highlight that Gateway, 3 years in a row. 3 years in a row. That speaks to the never give up, the we're going to do things in an exemplary fashion mode that you guys have always operated in. So again, the essential kids care, what C. Member Ali just said, March is just around the corner. It has been almost a year with boots on the pavement supporting kids in essential kids care from Discovery Club, ECFEs, or TAs and operations. Thank you so much. And Mei Li Zhang, again, we talk about grow our own. And I say all the time, we don't have to go outside of this district. We have the talent within. And so I'm glad that you have stepped up to the bat, and that there's been intention in seeking from within those folks that have these great and exemplary skills that can come on and be leaders in community for community that are vested and have come out of our very own SPPS community. Superintendent Gothard, in closing remarks.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that brings our recognitions to a close tonight. Thank you so much for providing us this time tonight to share with some extraordinary individuals, groups, and teams in St. Paul Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to move on to approve the order of the consent agenda with item D6, approval of memorandum of agreement between Independent School District number 625, St. Paul Public Schools, and the superintendency members of Independent School District number 625, pooled for separate consideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Vu and Allen. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
Director Marchese, and Director Ellis.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to move to approve the minutes of these meetings. Next, the regular meeting of the Board of Education of December 15, 2020. Minutes on the annual meeting of the Board of Education January 5th, 2021. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. That was, motion was seconded by Director Kopp. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
and Director Ellis.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is the committee reports, and I will turn it over to Vice Chair Vu.
Thank you, Chair Foster. At the committee of the board meeting on January 5th, 2021, Superintendent Gothard welcomed everyone to the new year, 2021. He shared more details about the plan to begin the return of students to in-person learning on February 1st, including a recap of the events, timeline, acknowledgement of staff in making distance learning meaningful and effective, safety protocols developed, and COVID-19 plans available online. He also went on to note the case rate trend in Ramsey County and their determination of those figures, as well as communication with colleagues across the state and country, and rationale for the decision and acknowledgement of feedback and input from stakeholders. Board member discussion focused on vaccine availability, potential changes to the plan, engagement with community, concerns about the return to buildings, thanks to community members for their emails and calls, clarification on the deadline to apply for virtual learning school, and opportunities to move between virtual learning school and in-person learning, and additional staff readiness. The next presentation was the audit report, year ended June 30th, 2020. For further information was requested on the timeline on the audit, and board members thanked the finance team and the MMKR team for their work. The board approved and recommended motion to accept the audit report ended June 2020. The next presentation was the SPPS Ethics Studies Update. Discussion on this topic centered on the content and design of the course, timeline, staffing within the area, questions on the course development committee, and cultures and groups within the course, models for this work, and curriculum from across the country and world, knowledge and expertise from local partners, the board's role and action in the policy and procedure in this course as a graduation requirement, and the timeline around that, alignment with MDE's plan for social studies, and the thematic design of the course to ensure effective content and purpose for students and families. Superintendent Gothard noted that the board requested more details and that this is important work across the district for pre-K students within 3A of SPPS achieves. Lastly, board members conducted a work session where they discussed external committee assignments and internal committee assignments. While board members were elected to serve the district at large, board members do determine across do determine focus areas of schools in order to be a direct link to the students, staff, families, and communities within the area, as well as school event attendance. School focus areas 2020 were also determined. 2021 were also determined. A full video of the committee of the board meeting can be found at www.spps.org/BOE. I move the board accept the report on the January 5th, 2021 committee of the board meeting and approve the recommended motions and minutes of the meeting as published.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Second
Ellis.
by oh,
Thank you. The motion was seconded by Director Ellis and Broderick. Vote please.
Director Broderick,
yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
and Director Ellis.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is the report from the Equity Committee meeting on January 11th, 2020. At the Equity Committee meeting held on Monday, January 11th, 2020, Tri-Chair Mila Pope began with welcoming committee members and encouraging them to participate in a grounding exercise about how recent racial and civil unrest in the United States has changed their lives from a personal and professional level within their small groups. Members then shared their thoughts with the entire group. The purpose and the charge of the committee were also reviewed to identify and examine disparities impacting SPS students, staff, families, and community. The committee is also charged with bringing forth adaptive and actionable recommendations for addressing district inequities. Recommendations will be submitted to the St. Paul Public Schools Administration. Members then examined 8 identified inequities and reflected on them. Themes that emerged from these included access, discipline, personalized learning, and practices and policies. Members were encouraged to review the inequities and revisions to them individually as well as within their small groups. Discussions within small groups focused on the narrative, themes, impacts, and possible inequity statements, including the relation to the possible impacts. Ideas of what could be beneficial or helpful in this work were also discussed and included preparation for the meeting, end process and timeline for and after presenting to the Board of Education. Members were also encouraged to begin to consider 2 nominees to bring forward for the 2021 through 2023 Equity Committee. In closing, members expressed how they were feeling about their work. At the next meeting, there will be additional time to continue discussing the revisions of the inequities and then move into the next steps. I move that the board accept the report on the January 11, 2021 Equity Committee meeting and approve the recommended motions and minutes of that meeting as published. Do I have a second?
Second by Broderick.
Thank you. That motion was seconded by Director Broderick. Vote please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Kopp,
Yes.
and Director Ellis.
Yes.
Next, we'll move on to our superintendent's report, and I'll turn that back over to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tonight, I'm bringing before you a number of reports. First, we're going to start with our continued reopening plans, our on-site update. First, though, I do want to share some relevant and timely information with you. As you know, yesterday not only was our observance of the life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., it was also a significant announcement by Governor Walz that state schools were going to begin their vaccination programs. So I want to share with the community a little bit about what the last 36 hours has been like for school districts across the state of Minnesota and certainly right here in St. Paul. First, I am thrilled that Governor Walz and other state leaders have been able to prioritize the beginning stages of Group 1B. You might recall that Group 1A started with vaccination a few weeks ago, or several weeks ago now, for our healthcare workers and some of our other first responders, emergency personnel, and they continue to work through in completing all of the vaccinations necessary that are required for that whole group of 1A. They have also now opened 1B to folks that are 65 and older and educators, school staff. And I need to be very clear with you and clear with our community that this in any way, shape, or form is not a complete vaccination program. There's one thing missing for us to have a complete vaccination program, and that's the requisite number of vaccine dosages. We did not receive that yesterday for school districts in Minnesota, and we have a long way to go, but it is a start. And I charged our team from the very beginning to say that we have to take this opportunity. We have to create the plan. We have to know how we're going to implement this as a school district, and we need to demonstrate to the state that we're ready in St. Paul Public Schools, and that's exactly what we did. So a team came together to determine how we were going to distribute our dosages of vaccine. And the way that the state is doing this, the districts identify the individuals who are going to receive it. Those individuals then go into a computer portal and they sign up for an appointment that is outside of the district for them to receive their first of 2 vaccine administrations. So that's what our work was yesterday. The announcement was made early in the morning. Our team went to work to identify 2 different groups that we've prioritized. The first are members of our Essential Kid Care program, who you heard from tonight, who have been working in very close proximity with children since March. The second group are special educators and school personnel in our schools serving medically fragile children. Those, again, in close proximity, where PPE many times has to be modified or may not be able to be used in order for us to provide the services that are required by law that are absolutely necessary in the work that we do. So we took 44 in each group. We were able to successfully contact individually each member who is eligible for that vaccination and help orient them towards the state portal to get signed up. I'm happy to report again that all 88 as of last night at 8:30 were distributed to our staff, and we are ready to go. They set those appointments up, and I believe Thursday is the first of those appointments. I should also point out to you that you might want to know this. 88 St. Paul Public Schools received. That was the most in the state of Minnesota. Not that this is a race or anything like that, but it does again indicate that we want to make sure that we're demonstrating to our state leaders, to those in the health profession, those who are overseeing this at a state level, that we are ready. We want more, and we want to begin to put the kind of pressure it's going to take to our federal government to deliver us a vaccination plan. We've got the chemical formula to create the vaccine. Now we need more of it. We need it shipped to our state, and we need to get it out to our entire community so that we can do this work and do it really well without the fear of the kind of case surges that we've seen around the country and right here in our own community around COVID-19. So in one regard, I am thrilled. It was hearing back from our staff to be able to make those calls to say, would you like a vaccination? Would you like the vaccine? And hearing the responses that we received, it's heartwarming. But 88 to vaccinate a staff of more than 6,000, as you know, is not the rate that it's going to take for us to get this done. With that, I also want to point out that more than 20 school districts in the metro today began in-person learning for their youngest students, their elementary age students, most pre-K to 2 or K to 2 in their districts. And indeed, another heartwarming development for us in this work, as you know, on December 16th, 2020, Governor Walz gave the approval and the encouragement for districts to do this by prioritizing their youngest learners, and there's been a lot of gear up for this, and right here in our community, but around the state in bringing our students back. So we'll give an update on our continued plans to be ready for our students. I think it's important to point out that the last time our school district as a system was back in person was 320 days ago, on March 5th. And I know that this date has brought a lot of anguish, a lot of apprehension, a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety. But it is necessary for us to prioritize getting our youngest people back in person where they belong and where they need to be right now. So on February 1st and February 16th, we will be bringing back 11,000 students, 11,000 early childhood, pre-kindergarten, and K through 5 students in multiple stages, and getting them ready and serving them in an in-person manner. Just to point out to you, those of you who might be listening, 11,000 is significant. That's larger than 90% of school districts, 95% of school districts in the state of Minnesota. So we are thrilled that we are able to support students and families who chose to do this in person, and know that we're making plans to continue making virtual learning the very best that it can possibly be. And I need to point out to everyone and be very clear with you. You know that I've shared with you all the information that I have, and I have not held back one bit. There are going to be some challenges with these learning model transitions. And that would have been had we started the year in hybrid, had we transitioned to hybrid, or now we're going into in-person. There is movement, and that's based on a number of different factors. Some in terms of staff who are not able to be in person for accommodations that they receive under law and under policy, and balancing out some of the classroom situations that we have both in virtual and in person. We had to move a lot of people around in order to accomplish this. I heard from a teacher earlier tonight, who teaches at a grade level and now is removing herself from that grade level and going into a completely different grade level in person in order to fulfill this. And that is tough and challenging, even in the best of circumstances, even to start a school year. And I recognize that. I truly do. But I also know one thing. I know that our students need to see you and see each other in person in order for them to experience the kind of work in St. Paul Public Schools that we want them all to. And the other thing that I want to point out to you, distance learning as a model. I've heard this shared in many different ways here in St. Paul and in many other places, that we don't value, or that I don't value teachers and the hard work that they've done in distance learning. That is not the case one bit. When I talk about distance learning, I'm talking about distance learning as a model. I'm talking about distance learning as the way children receive information, process information, compare and contrast information, make meaning of information, and are able to be responsible for their learning in a distance learning model. And that is not an effective model for a number of our children. And we have many data points to support that. And that is different than saying that the teachers or the staff or the individuals responsible for distance learning are not doing their job. Distance learning as a model is not the way that we have directed public schools across this country, and certainly right here in St. Paul. We've learned a lot, we've improved, but as a model, it has limitations that I don't believe can be accounted for in the environment that we have right now. So we also have plans in place to support secondary students in person. The team is going to talk a little bit more about this tonight, and there are many questions out there about this. But what I can share with you is when Chief Turner shares with me about the students and families who come to our academic support centers, and this is single center, and this is a small slice of our students. But if that speaks for many students across our neighborhoods, our communities, across our schools, I know that the kind of support that they are being provided in person is absolutely necessary for their success. And we're going to do this in a safe way. I know there are a lot of questions out there about how are we going to do this and a lot of what ifs. And I can tell you that we are partnering as a district. We are partnering with our health and medical experts in the community. We are going to be prepared, like we have been since March, to do this to the best of our abilities to keep people safe and to respond appropriately in times of great need as we do this. So I wanted to share that with you. I wanted to be open about the vaccines, about the vaccination plan. We are thrilled to start, but we have a long way to go. And we need our country and our states to be able to respond in a way that they want to as well. And while we've got some ways to go, I have hope. I truly do. I really do. And we need to continue to work hard. And lastly, what I'll say about that is having a vaccination plan doesn't mean that we turn away from our safety protocols, from all the mitigation strategies that we have in place. It doesn't mean that one bit at all. In fact, I would say that a successful vaccination program has to be coupled with a successful mitigation program as well. And that's all the protocols that we have in place. These are not separate. These work together to make sure that we are suppressing COVID-19 transmission throughout our community, in our schools, and throughout the families that we love and care for each and every day. So again, I want to thank Governor Walz, thank our other state leaders for getting us at least in the driver's seat. We've got a lot of driving to do, but we are going to be well positioned in St. Paul Public Schools, along with our partners at St. Paul Ramsey County Health, to do this and to do this in a very proficient and effective way. So with that, members of the board, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Watkins to begin tonight's on-site update with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard, Chair Foster, member of the board, SEED member Ali. We have an update again for you, as Superintendent alluded to, SPPS on-site updates. At this point in time, Sarah, I would invite you to cast the PowerPoint. You will see and hear from folks on 3 different sections this evening. The first section that we'll be giving you an update on is our elementary pre-K 5 program, as Superintendent Gothard alluded to. There'll be a few members of our team that will be sharing updates with you there. Our second update this evening will be on our academic support center. And our final update will be on our secondary distance learning on-site supports. As we've done with our previous updates, we're going to invite you to create your mental parking lot, your physical parking lot, or your virtual parking lot of questions. And after our third presentation, we will open up the parking lot for any questions that you have regarding our 3 updates for today. With that said, we will start with our first update, our elementary pre-K 5 update, and Assistant Superintendent Collins will kick us off. Andrew?
Thank you, Chief Watkins. Chair Foster, Directors of the Board, Seed Member Ali, and Superintendent, it's my privilege to provide you with a brief update to share all the exciting things that are happening in our schools as we prepare for in-person learning in just a few days. Sarah, could you please click on the next slide? So wanting to try and at least organize some of the activities in a context of where we're at, today being January 19th, and what some of the activities are looking like in, I would say, in a broad scale. And that is really thinking about today being a very exciting day. This is the first day in which it's optional for staff to begin working on site and to begin to really prepare for what a return to learning looks like. I had a few conversations with administrators today that were different than usual. They were very excited walking around the building, being able to be in the building and actively prepare for students returning. So in a context of the calendar in the next few days, again, distance learning will continue and staff will be able to work on site, and that is optional. Beginning next Monday, January 25th, this is the day in which all on-site pre-K 5 staff will return. This is also the day in which we'll begin our 4 non-instructional days. So these are the days in which staff will be allowed to prepare their learning environments, and administrators will take time during that during those 4 days to begin to train the staff that will be working on site surrounding our safety procedures, protocols, and just establishing some very clear lines of communication. Thinking about the launch, again, that will happen on February 1st. This will be for our pre-K students, and some of those identified special education programs will return. So there's been, just wanted to clarify something. This is again when our pre-K2 students will be returning, and our grades 3 through 5 students will be continue with distance learning, but there'll be a shift of teachers at that point. At this point, they're going to start with an online, again, in that virtual context of distance learning with their new teacher. And again, they will continue that through the end of the week of the 8th. And then again, join their colleagues and join their fellow students in an in-person context in terms of the grades 3 through 5 students beginning. And that's when the staff would actually return. Again, I go back to say that the time next Monday will be for all staff. So these are those 4 identified days that we've communicated to families that these are non-instructional days, and all staff that will be working in the building will be preparing their learning environments and getting ready for students. Next slide, please. Sarah, can you advance the next slide, please? Thank you, Sarah. Sorry if there was a delay on my end. Chief Watkins, can you see the presentation? I can't see the presentation anymore. Well, there we go, Sarah, perfect. Thank you so much. So in terms of thinking about, again, who's returning on February 1st, we wanted to give you some additional information and think about it in this context and just provide you with a list. So again, we want to clarify that these are the grades and the special education sites and programs that will open with full and some on-site support. So again, focused on the pre-K2 students, and we say some third graders. There will actually be some third graders that will be attending school on February 1st because of an assignment, potentially in a multi-age opportunity. If you're in a Montessori in-person classroom, and again, that's a multi-age opportunity for grades 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, those third graders would be joining their peers on February 1st. And that communication is going to go specifically out to those affected students and those families to make sure that they're ready for that February 1st launch as well. And then we think about some of the other list of programs and sites that are in front of us in terms of care and treatment programs, River East, Bridgeview School, and then Focus Beyond. And then in a context of there being some on-site support, we have some ECSE, birth to 3, and also some community inclusion opportunities for some of our youngest learners. Next slide, please. So again, in a context of preparations underway, I did share, again, principals are on site beginning today. And what sites are really working through right now is the context of clarifying all the class lists. I heard Dr. Gothard reference earlier in terms of some shifting that's happening amongst our educators, and that shifting is being solidified and class lists are being created, and families are going to begin receiving that communication on the 20th. And again, that being tomorrow, the goal is saying that's when it will begin. It'll begin effective the 20th. We're also thinking about this and have had lots of conversations with our leaders about what plans do we need to put in place to support student and staff transitions. We know that this is important. Change is hard. Change is hard, especially in a mid-year context. And so what are we doing, and what kind of flexibility do we want to demonstrate? You know, for example, we were talking about, you know, what does it look like in a context of virtual learning and changing the teachers and or potentially changing some of the learning environments, not learning environments, class lists, I'm sorry, for our grades 3 through 5 that are actually going to be in a virtual context for 2 weeks. We want to give sites the autonomy to basically say, you can bring everyone together in a virtual environment and create a stronger sense of community to really launch some of those relationships and then help launch that transition. So we want to be flexible and honor the work, the relationships, and provide an opportunity for closure, and also provide an opportunity for induction as well. Again, as I referenced, the 25th will be those 4 days in which our educators are going to be preparing those environments and really getting reacquainted. Being almost a year, when people are back in the building, being reacquainted with other staff, what procedures look like, how they're going to be living together and working together and kind of coexisting in that context. So our administrators will be walking around with small groups of staff during that entire week, providing them with the necessary professional development and answering the questions that staff have. This also was talked about in our last presentation, but families, so we had a January 11th deadline in regards to families needed to opt in to the virtual learning opportunity by 4 p.m. on January 11th was the identified deadline. We're working through that deadline, and we're actually starting a waiting list. And as we think about the work that's in front of us, we have to begin to solidify class lists right now and then begin processing those students that are on the wait list as soon as possible. And that work's also going to begin next week. We want to prioritize that to make sure that prior to that February 1st start date, we want to process those virtual learning requests and or other requests that families have made that have said, you know, I was thinking about in person, now I want virtual. We have to provide that opportunity, and that same context of saying, you know what, I wanted virtual, but I really want to pursue in person. We're gonna do everything we can to work with those families and the great folks at Student Placement Center to make sure that we're tracking that information and that sites are ready for that transition, so it could be a really fluid transition of where students are at. And so that communication will actually begin next week. So, and with that, we can go to the next slide, and I think I will pass it off to Chief Turner.
Good evening, directors. I'm actually going to ask Director Burr to speak towards the transportation and how we're preparing our buses to welcome students back. Director Burr.
Thank you, Chief Turner and Assistant Superintendent Collins. Good evening, Chair Foster, St. Paul School Board members, C. Member Ali, and Superintendent Gothard. Our SPPS transportation staff has been busy getting ready for getting the kids back into school February 1st. You should be seeing school buses running around your neighborhoods again here shortly. We will be mailing out postcards with bus information. We'll be printing them tomorrow and getting them out in the post office Thursday and Friday. So people should be receiving school bus information Saturday and Monday for the start for the pre-K through second grade students. And as Assistant Superintendent Collins said, some third graders and our special ed, our special needs students that are in level 4. So that will all take place and getting ready for February 1st. Under the most recent guidance by the Minnesota Department of Education and Minnesota Department of Health, students are still required to wear masks while riding to and from school, as is the driver. That hasn't changed from what we've previously dealt with and what I've talked about previously before tonight. Pre-K is exempt from wearing a mask. Students are to sit 6 feet away from the driver. This means that the 2 seats behind the driver and 1 seat to the right shall be empty. We try to create a little bubble around the driver to avoid infections to our driving staff. One of the differences between this particular plan versus the hybrid required us to operate our school buses at 50%. That is no longer the case under our current guidance. So we will start with our buses with pre-K through 2. They'll be lightly loaded. But then once we get pre-K through 5, you'll see more kids on the school bus. There are a fair percentage of kids that have chosen to stay virtual, so our buses will range anywhere from 20 to 40 to maybe at the outside 50 kids. I want to touch on a couple high points that we do need to focus on. One thing that's very important in this environment is ventilation. So we have been instructing our drivers that when they drop, for example, when they drop off at school at 7:15, that they open up their bus. They open up the windows, they open up the roof vents to get the air moving and get some circulation just to kind of flush out that school bus before the next route is due. And also, weather permitting, we are, obviously if it's too cold, we won't do it, but weather permitting, we'll keep those windows open an inch or two sporadically through the bus and continue with air circulation throughout the ride when possible. Disinfection remains a very important part of our procedures. When that driver goes in the back of the bus to open some windows, that driver will also be disinfecting the high touch areas, the handrails, the seat backs, those things that receive a lot of activity from the kids. And that is one of the main requirements between routes. And then at the end of the day, when the drivers get back to their bus garage, the school buses will have a complete disinfection to get them ready for the next day. And the last thing I want to touch on tonight is contact tracing. It is very important for us to set up a situation where we can contact trace very well with the school bus. We will be relying heavily on video and also seating charts. Now, seating charts are brand new to SPPS transportation. They're not new to the industry, but we haven't felt the need to use them in the past. But our transportation software, student transportation software, does offer seating charts as a tool, and we will be taking advantage of that. So when we're mailing out these postcards this week, we've added data that assigns kids. It'll show assigned seat to school, assigned seat from school. So we need to do this to prevent quarantining an entire bus. If we can't track where the kids are sitting, and there is a positive case on the school bus, then that entire bus gets quarantined. If we are accurate with our videos and our seating charts, just the portion around that particular positive case would have to be quarantined. And the 6-foot circle around that particular case would have to be quarantined. So this will be a work in process. It might be a little confusing to start, but we're trying to get word out to our families regarding seating charts. And once we get into the rhythm of things, I think it'll settle into place. That kind of does it for me in transportation, and I will turn it over to our Director of Nutrition Services, Ms. Coppin.
Right, thank you, Tom. I will dive right into these 3 slides. In nutrition services, we are working from the Minnesota Department of Health requirement that students may eat in the cafeteria as long as we can ensure that there is 6 feet of social distance between cohorts. The distance between the students in the cohort is the same guideline that we have in the classroom. There will still be situations where that cannot be accomplished, but the Minnesota Department of Health does say that it is perfectly fine for students to eat in their classroom or in another space. And when students are eating those alternative spaces, what we do is we are designing that so that students can come down and pick up meals from the cafeteria, or the school can elect to have the meals transported directly to that dining space. We will of course have floor markers, decals on our tables, as well as other signage in our cafeterias and our eating spaces so that we can remind students what these COVID processes look like and what will keep them safe. We are really doing our best to help our schools, so we've provided a checklist to assist with planning. It is also our nutrition coordinator's job to document the plan for each and every school. So they are meeting basically one-on-one with every building, and they are designing a plan in collaboration with our principals and our head engineers to ensure that we have all the meal services mapped out. The completed plan will be posted in the cafeteria for all guests and all staff to refer to. As for our students, the good news about the meal program this year is that all students are welcome to meals at no cost, breakfast and lunch, and that extends to not only our students who are in school, but also our students who are having meals at home. Students who attend full-time in person are receiving meal kits that are available for parent pickup each week, and our students who are in distance learning are able to pick up meals via the curbside pickups that are in place. So it is important to really call out that nutrition services is transitioning to more curbside pickup, and that is to ensure that we are able to support the cafeterias when they reopen. As I mentioned just a moment ago, the meal boxes are not only provided at no cost, but let me just add on to that and say that they are also available to all the youth in our city, whether the youth is a member of our district or if they're enrolled in another district, or perhaps they're a sibling of one of our students. We have 8 pickup locations that will be open each day of the week for extended hours, so 8 o'clock until 3 o'clock at each of these sites. That includes Battle Creek Middle School, Central High School, Como Park Senior High, Open World Learning, Harding High School, Highland Complex, Johnson High School, and then Washington Technology Magnet. We will have more pickup sites available, especially for the meal kits. They will just be open on a more limited basis. So we're still mapping that out. We want to ensure that meals are available throughout the city for anybody who needs them. We also understand that some students will still rely on us, especially families who have a medically fragile child, or they cannot, the family cannot leave their home to pick up meals. So we do have registration available for some essential home delivery to help families. All the details for all of our programs are available on our website, spps.org/2021meals. And that will cover the content for nutrition services. So I will hand it over to Tom Parent, our Director of Facilities.
Thank you, Director Coppin. Chair Foster, members of the board, Seat Member Ali. Thanks for the opportunity to share a little bit about the work that the facilities team is doing in preparation for the return of staff and students at elementary schools. As Directors Burr and Coppin mentioned, a lot of it is keeping up with the evolution of Minnesota Department of Health and Minnesota Department of Education guidance. So right as we got our classroom set up to maintain 6 feet of social distancing, the guidelines changed. So our custodial staff have been working to follow the new guidance to maximize social distancing where we can. There's a recommendation from now of 3 feet between students, not 6 feet. Again, it's a recommendation, not a requirement. Making sure that we're coordinating that with individual room rosters and principals to make sure that we've got the room set up for the return of staff. One of the most visible changes from the last time we presented is the new Safe Learning Plan asked to provide dividers wherever a staff can't maintain 6 feet with a student, be it individual instruction or some small group work. So we've, right before the holidays, procured thousands of trifold dividers that staff are able to use in their classrooms to make sure that they can operate safely in some of those smaller group settings. A lot of this work has changed our building readiness checklist, the main tenets of which haven't substantively changed, but really making sure that it's tailored to the new guidance. We are working with our colleagues in research evaluation and assessment to have a public portal stood up per site so that staff and community can see the individual circumstances of each of their building. I hope to have that online in the next 2 weeks. In terms of staffing and staff protection, our PPE plan largely still stays the same. A lot of the guidance from MDH earlier is still valid. Our supply chain is good. We have it out at sites, and making sure that expectations and communication around that is clear has been sort of our last push to make sure that the PPE side of the equation is squared away. Finally, I just want to note the significant increase in custodial staff responsibilities and their role in making sure that we have safe learning environments for our staff and students. We are adding approximately 50% more custodial staff to be ready for the return of students. This is a major lift, and a lot of great work is done to bring that staff on board, train them, and make sure that they're ready to support the learning that goes on in each of our buildings. And really make sure that we have the expectations, equipment, and processes in place to have safe learning environments. So, the picture on the slide in front of you is Andy at Global Arts Plus Lower, demonstrating some of the new electrostatic disinfection sprayers that we have. We are able to do disinfection of the whole building of all occupied spaces each and every night, plus some interim disinfection during the day at high touch areas like handrails, light switches, doorknobs. It's a major evolution in our service model, and I'm excited to see that really come to fruition. So a lot of work underway, and we're excited to welcome our scholars back into our buildings. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Turner.
Good evening, Chief Foster, members of the board, Dr. Gothard, and Seat Member Ali. I'm just going to quickly update you on the efforts of the Academic Support Center. You may recall that we dialed back right shortly before Thanksgiving, and we have reopened. Today was our first day, actually, and we have moved to a model that we will service 6th through 12th grade students, as that the elementary students will start to head back on February 1st. We felt that we should focus our attention on the secondary students. Our intent is to stay open as one academic support center to allow time for our on-site middle and high schools to prepare and get ready to begin offering their own on-site academic support, which you will hear shortly about from Dr. Delich. So we are running from 8:30 to 3. We take middle school students in the morning and high school students in the afternoon. Today was an excellent day. We provided transportation and support to the students. A number of parent drops off as well, so parents can drop off. We are allowing same-day registration and walk-on registration, as long as we have capacity to support that. We actually do have 400 students registered. As this is not a mandatory program, our attendance fluctuates quite a bit, which is why we allow walk-in registrations. We don't, any student that needs help and we have the capacity to help them, we want to be able to help them. So we haven't yet turned any students away, and I hope that we don't have to. Students are receiving a breakfast meal in the morning, and throughout the day, there's plenty of healthy snacks throughout the day. We have been working closely with Dr. Delich and his team to provide some learnings and transitions support and ideas as he begins to work with his team and the secondary principals to stand up the on-site secondary supports. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Delich to discuss what is the exciting things that are happening and coming on board beginning in middle of February, we hope. Dr. Delich.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Good evening, Madam Chair Foster, members of the board, SLEED member Ali, and Superintendent Gothard. Appreciate this opportunity to provide an update regarding our secondary distance learning on-site support model. So with that, Ms. Dulke, if you'll click the next slide. All right, just to kind of recap, it's been a while. I hope you all had a wonderful break. But to give you kind of a quick overview of where we are right now, our on-site secondary support is really looking at providing that on-site instructional support for those students who have been identified the most in terms of needing face-to-face connections and support. We're continuing with targeting specific students and needs. We have landed at looking at room capacities from 11 to 14. And when you think about what does that look like for a large comprehensive high school, secondary school, it is at about 1/3 of the total enrollment. In addition to, we'll also have 2.5 hours of block time in which on-site support opportunity for students will occur. With these numbers, it allows for very low adult student ratios. In addition, we have the support of content from distance learning, not new instruction, but rather coming back and reteaching, helping and supporting things that were already taught through distance learning, but concepts that may be struggling. That's where that on-site support would be occurring. So it's not new instruction, but rather the support of more deeper instruction on content that's already been delivered. Also with this design, it offers a flexible approach for on-site time and how it's going to be used beyond just the bell schedule. So allowing the autonomy and, that we have, as you know, we have very uniqueness in terms of configuration designs within our system. And by allowing this flexibility, it allows for sites to really leverage their uniquenesses to support instructional learning for kids. We have established a district overall framework with input from various departments and members to get us to where we are with addressing the specific needs that could fit our student needs. And then now at the present moment, maybe not now exactly, but throughout the last few days and continuing on, we got site leadership teams that are really working collaboratively on their building level design and how it will look and fill in their building based upon their data needs of students. Next slide. All right, so just to give you an update on kind of the logistical aspects, again, we've got a 6A and K8 programs, and our design teams, our core teams, through many discussions and work sessions, landed at, again, that 2.5 hours. But in your 6A and K8s, you've got all students that would have opportunities for on-site support, really looking at the additional piece of the social relationship piece at this age. And then students in specialized programs, as we discussed at the last update, that we would be providing those on-site support, and those students in specialized programs could see additional moments and additional time on site to address their needs. This opportunity of the 2.5 happens in the morning, Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 11 for 6-8 sites. And then 9:30 to 12 for our K8 sites. Keeping in mind that in this band and in our process, as you'll see, Fridays are reserved for the distance learning for all. So in the morning, you have your distance learning going on. In the afternoon, you're going to have your on-site that would be occurring for students. And so it just sharing that so that there is a clear distinction about trying to make sure that educators are not trying to do two jobs of trying to deliver high quality distance learning while at the same time really trying to give that really great additional layer of support academically. So they have been very clearly defined and teasing those out to make sure that we can offer support as well as distance learning within a week span. When you get into your 9-12s, your 6-12s, and your alternative programs, the high school more or less per se in this group, they are again prioritizing needs just like we did with our 6-8s and K-8s. But one thing as we know is graduation is going to be here before we know it. So many of those high schools, all of them are going to be focused in on the graduation, making sure that kids are on track, trying to see what supports that they can do, in addition to the work that Mr. Ginther and his team is doing with targeted focused work on graduation. EL SPED students are also going to be an emphasis of giving support to those students in those areas. And then also looking again in this model, we have the personal and social needs as well, even for our older secondary students. Again, schools will have a criteria, a support criteria, I guess I would share with you, of identifying and establishing their on-site cohorts based upon the numbers that I had shared earlier. And so really making data-informed decisions as to which cohorts will go, what targeted needs of kids, and the number of students that obviously would be in a building at a time. There is also the extension of other students in this 9-12, 6-12 to allow for spaces as we continue to grow. Our goal is again to make sure that when we roll out, it's very sustainable. It's done in a very safe manner, as you heard from Dr. Gothard, and it reinforces our opportunity to look at, as we start getting going on this, seeing what extension of program supports we can also provide in spaces to make this work. This place will happen in secondary. Our on-sites happen in the afternoon. Just being a former high school principal, I think starting the afternoon is a good opportunity to make sure that we have more likely of getting our students there in secondary to be on site. Many of them may have jobs and have morning duties in addition to the distance learning. So the team was very understandable to data of our secondary learners in terms of that. And again, on Friday, they will be in distance learning for all. Individual program schedules for cohort on-site in short time chunks. Essentially, with secondary, you may have a wave of students that come in for a week. You may have a wave of students that come in for 2 weeks. Then you may have a new group of cohorted students that will come in. Some may come in more than 1 day per week. And so that's one of the beautiful things about this design. It allows sites to make data-informed decisions about targeted students as well as their needs, and then also adjusting the amount of dosage of support that a student would need within this design. Next slide. And a little bit more of the logistics. You did hear from transportation and food services. We've partnered up very tightly with them regarding what that would look like. Bus routes, as shared earlier, they're going to run based on these hours for individual schools. Students will take the bus only on their appointed days. The meals, again, students will pick up their bag lunch when they come in the morning or lunch, and they'll be able to eat in the rooms as they start the sessions. AM students will also pick up bag lunches and take those home. And then secondary sites may use cafeteria following, obviously, our capacity and safety guidelines and working through our nutritional services on those plans. In terms of the communication going out to families, we had an updated message that was sent out January 19th. And in addition, if you happen to go onto the website, you will see even more additional information that we've added since our last time we we're able to discuss and give updates to our secondary support. With that, in addition to that, we do have ongoing weekly meetings with our secondary administrators to give them as much information of the know and what's going on, and also forecasting future work for them as well. And as we all are experiencing, new changes happen through health and through MDE, so we're able to adjust accordingly when we do get those. So with that, I believe that concludes my turn of going on-site secondary support, and I believe I'll turn it back over to Chief Watkins.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Delich. That brings us to the end of our overview for this evening, and I turn it back to Chair Foster to open up for anything that was placed in the parking lot.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up for comments and questions or comments from board members, beginning with Director Broderick.
I have no questions at this point.
Thank you. Director Vu?
I do have questions. One is in regards to, should parents change their mind between in-person learning to virtual? What should they expect in terms of the turnaround time to get an answer on when that's going to happen? And who and how will notify them about who their teacher is going to be? I think these are kind of the concerns that I'm hearing out there in terms of changing between that learning model, between those two learning models.
Assistant Superintendent Collins, please go ahead. Jackie, Chief Turner, if you have contributions also, the team, feel free to address the question.
Thank you, Superintendent. Chair Foster, Director of the Board, Seed Member Ali, Director Vu, thank you for your question. In context of that, I would look at it in this context. So those requests are coming into Student Placement Center right now. And what we've encouraged principals to do is this, make sure that the parents contact Student Placement Center with that official request and send a note to our friends at Student Placement Center, meaning the principal would send a note to Director Williams and say, hey, I just want to let you know, this parent is expressing some concern and wanting to, or expressing the desire to make a change. We're developing that waiting list right now. And then what's going to happen is beginning next Monday, we're going to begin, Student Placement Center will begin processing all of those requests. And as we've talked with principals, we want to try and expedite these requests. And so this isn't like in a context of a brand new student coming into the district. This is just hopefully an internal shift and change. So beginning next week, that communication will go out on Monday to those families. And then the school would be notified officially. And then like any new student to the system, the school would be communicating after that in terms of welcoming the family officially and communicating who that who their child's teacher is. So Student Placement Center processes that request, and the school picks up that request and continues and closes the communication loop with the parent.
So should we expect about a week then?
So again, our goal in terms of what I put on the slide was, again, thinking about it in context of, we have to finalize all of our rosters right now. So we had a deadline. We have to honor that deadline in terms of getting that initial sort and those class rosters done, because all that information needs to be uploaded into campus. These are all brand new rosters that have to be done. So that's what each school is working on. And then again, we basically gave the sites until through the end of this week to finalize that, so we can begin processing those new requests that came in after January 11th, beginning Monday. So as you hear from families, some families will hear on Monday, and some families will hear during the course of the week, but we want to prioritize them and get them done as fast as possible to make sure that, especially for our pre-K2 students, that they're going to be able to begin with their peers on the 1st of February. And we have and we've communicated that to the parents.
All right, thank you for that, Andrew. And just one more question to add on top of that. During this time of transition, should the family just expect to continue with their current learning model until they hear that finalized information about the change?
Officially, yes. I just had a conversation with a principal about this same situation. And what I said was, the principal is in constant communication with Janae at Student Placement Center. And again, this list isn't 1,000 kids long. And so, you know, an individual building may have 2 or 3 requests on this list. So if they're aware who's on that list, they can preemptively plan for that transition to happen, right? In terms of, you know, the number of people that want to move into VLS or the number of people that want to move to in-person. And so they can, we've provided guidance to our principals to say, keep a list off to the side, communicate with student placement. Janae will give you that information, start planning for it now. And then as you have conversations with parents, if there's no other changes that are happening, I don't want to say it's semantics, but you can express with a large amount of confidence to the family that that change is going to happen. It's just going to be communicated at the beginning of next week.
Okay. That helps up to this, at this point, that helps. I think once we start finalizing those lists and moving through it, then I think we'll have a clearer time frame. My next question is, thank you, Andrew. My next question is in regards to the on-site secondary support. So if I understand this correctly, our 6 through 12 buildings will start to implement on-site learning support similar to the Academic Learning Center at Washington Technology. First of all, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, thank you, Director Vu. Through the chair, yes, that would be correct. Okay.
So,
except for one piece that I would share with you in the difference of the academic support here in this context with our academic support for secondary, it's going to be through licensed teachers. So for instance, you know, depending on the content, our goal of course is to align with that content through the licensures of the teacher.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. And my next question is, you know, I'm just curious as to how that impacts the DL schedule that's already in place for those sites. You know, I guess primarily I'm concerned as to understanding how the teachers and the principals and the leaders at that site have input into sort of designing how their academic support center looks like. Can you provide some background on that?
Yeah, thank you, Director Vu, through the chair. Great question, a question that I'm sure is pressing on many minds. So yes, when you look at the current distance learning schedule and then you consider the distance learning model that we're continually going to be in, what you're going to see is an adjustment to distance learning to support the on-site. So with that, a site could experience and most likely would experience some degree of change because the schedule was not designed in a manner to separate prior to the on-site support that we're trying to deliver. So with that, that's why we've been very clear about spelling out the difference between what happens in the morning and the afternoon for each of our different secondaries, so that there's not a teacher having to do 2 jobs. In terms of the design and what that looks at as the schedule, principals have been charged with, and of course with support with district people, working with their leadership teams to design a distance learning on-site support schedule that would be very conducive to the needs of their students, and seeing where that would look in terms of during that time, what will that look like for us? Let's look at our data and design accordingly. And then also looking at, there may be certain adjustments that need to happen in the distance learning that they may say, we would want to have it at this period, our science. We think it would be best to have social studies here. And so the one thing about this design that is needed and necessary from what we've heard is giving that site the opportunity and the autonomy to really develop a schedule that will support kids in both capacities, but also being able to acknowledge the needs that they need when developing and designing their schedule and exactly what you're sharing. So back to, again, making sure everybody understands on this. Yes, you probably will experience a degree of change in your distance learning because we did not set out with the initial start of being able to bring on-site support, and that's where you're going to experience that, because you just need to have it in order to offer that opportunity for kids that are needing support and adjusting that so that they're not on-site trying to be in a distance learning course at the same time.
Thank you, Josh. I'm really intrigued as to how this will play out. I think, as I said to anybody who will listen, is that more direct support is what our students need to sort of turn around that achievement gap we got going on now. Thank you for explaining that. That's all the questions I had right now.
Thank you.
Director Allen?
I got a whole list, but one, how many students are going to gain new teachers in this transition? So how many, or what's the percentage of students that will have to be transitioned into a new teaching environment or a new teacher or switch up? That's one question.
Assistant Superintendent Collins, do we have that final mark yet?
Through the chair, Director Allen, thank you for the question. That's something we could get once the rosters are finalized. Once rosters are
they're going to switch to in-person or whatever that is. I want to know once the program is up going. So say, you know, it's mid-February or March now, and we have students that want to go back to distance learning. How long do you think that turnaround transition would be?
Through the chair, Director Allen, this would be processed, and again, Chief Turner, please chime in if I'm inaccurate. But it should be just a matter of once that official request is made. It depends on a couple different factors, but it shouldn't be an elongated process. We should be able to expedite it, especially if they're going from an in-person to a virtual learning. We obviously want to make sure that they have their equipment ready to launch and be successful in a virtual learning environment. And then it's just a matter of verifying class lists to make sure that there's space in that requested section or in that requested school. And vice versa, it's the same context of, I think we just need a matter of a couple days max to be able to turn around those requests. But again, one of the pieces that I will say is that for some of our buildings, that shifting back and forth, we can always accommodate the request of virtual learning. It just may not be within that school at some point, the longer you wait, because as programs fill and as sections fill, we do have to honor other contractual requirements in regards to kind of class size agreements. And so we can't overfill classes, but I know the Student Placement Center does an excellent job providing lots of opportunities and lots of transparency surrounding choices that parents do have. And even if they do choose a program that would potentially get them just, enrolled in a VLS section outside of that school, they would have their spot saved for fall of 21.
Got it. Thank you. My other question is, how are we ensuring that social distancing continues to happen on the bus? Will there be TAs on all the buses to make sure they keep their masks on and they stay in there? Because I rode a special ed bus, so we had seat assignments sometimes, and that was a challenge. And I've also rode on the bus with kindergartners, and they're totally like coat, hat, everything is gone. And I'm like, it's time to get off the bus, and they've already, so they move, them jokers move around. So who's gonna monitor that to make sure that the air stays clean in those spaces?
Well, through the chair, Director Allen, we will continue to have our regular bus monitor. So if a bus had a bus monitor for a student's IEP calls for a bus monitor, or if there was a previous need for a bus monitor on it, those bus monitors will maintain, although a lot of this is going to have to come with communication and reminders, working with students to understand that we are in COVID times, keep their mask on. I will say the students, when they're actually physically in classes, they do a good job of that. They're used to it now. Everywhere they go, they have to put a mask on if they go grocery shopping or in the stores or the malls. So they've become accustomed to understanding the need to keep that on anytime they're outside their own home. So that part, we will continue to remind them as they get on the bus. If they don't have a mask, we will have extra masks for them once they get on the bus. But there will not be any additional adults on the bus, just strictly because of COVID. Did you want to add any other information, Director Burr, to that?
Oh, just one item. You know, I've talked to my fellow transportation professionals through the state, and mask compliance has been real down the list. They haven't had much of an issue with mask compliance, so it's one of the issues I don't anticipate many problems with.
Cool. And then Tom Parent said something that kind of concerned me. He said that 3 feet is a recommendation, not a requirement. So are we going to have situations where we're saying, you know, it's not necessary, because I know how that goes. I've worked in the schools. It's like that you go and you're like, no, they said we could only be, and they're like, nah, that's a recommendation. Just sit tight, you know, and I'm like, wait a minute, you know, how are we doing that to ensure that we keep 3 feet and everybody's remaining safe?
Through the chair, Director Allen, absolutely, and this is a major departure from previous guidance from Minnesota Department of Health and Minnesota Department of Education. I will say that, just to add clarity, this is at the elementary level between students only. So the distance between students and adults still needs to remain 6 feet, and that's clearly something that the adults in the room can have a good influence on. But our custodial team is working with the principals currently to set up each room to maximize social distancing with the room enrollments that we have, and that's really going to dictate how much physical space is between each student. I'm not an educator myself, but I appreciate all of the work that the educators have done to try and figure out how does this work on a practical level, and I would certainly welcome their input on that. But I think physically, the goal is to establish the room, following the guidance to the greatest extent possible, and then you know, see how the individual educators administer that space.
And then, Ellen, can I just add one too? We're also encouraging staff to that rooms are as empty as possible. So we are encouraging staff to take personal items from the classroom, or if there are things in the classroom that are more of a decorative piece and are there for visual, and they're not there for operation in the classroom, that we remove those things from classroom. So really, that our primary purpose and furniture in the classroom are chairs and desks, and a place for, obviously, for the instructional leader, the teacher to sit. But a number of things that you might see in the classroom, we are encouraging those things to be removed from the classroom during COVID.
Okay, cool. One more thing. I was excited to see, I wrote down in my notes that it was the green spray machine, but then he called it the electrostatic machine, which is dope. I just was wondering, how often are we going to be using those throughout the day to hit bathrooms, and like, what is the protocol for that? Because I'm really kind of looking for like the bones of things that are coming from the top down into every building, so that staff, when they see these things happening, they're feeling more comfortable about what's going on around them. So
through the chair, Director Allen, they are very cool machines, and I will echo your enthusiasm for them. These are incredibly potent tools for us to be able to maintain safe and disinfected learning environments. Because of the nature of the spray, we will not be using it in occupied spaces. So we won't be walking down the hallway doing the fogging. It is almost exclusively for after everyone goes home. The chemicals we use are enormously safe, but again, once you aerosolize them, that's when some risks happen. You saw in the picture of Andy where he had a full respirator on. As you're applying that, that's part of his protection. The guidance, the only time that you'll see us using the electrostatic sprayers during the school day is in the COVID isolation rooms. After we've had a student in there with COVID-related symptoms, we will go in, fog that down, and then there's a 15-minute lag before we will have other people go into that room. Again, I want to stress that the chemicals are incredibly safe. The disinfection we'll do during the day is the same chemical, except it's sprayed and not fogged. So we'll do a spray in a rag, and that's really effective and really safe. But the disinfection fogging is only going to happen after hours.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Director Cobb?
I want to thank everyone for the really informative presentation and thank my colleagues for the great questions. I just have a couple more to add. One of the very first slides showed the calendar, kind of the return back, and can someone remind me what pre-K through 2 students will be doing next week? I don't know if I missed, there's a lot of information up in here, and I want to make sure I understand what pre-K through 2 families should expect next week as teachers are back in buildings and going through kind of their team protocols. What does that look like next week? I want to paint a picture for families who may be wondering about that.
Through the chair, Director Kopp, thank you for the question. Those are going to be the non-instructional days. So again, knowing that Friday was already identified as a professional development day, there wasn't school. So again, next week, it's been communicated to families that these are non-instructional days. So teachers won't be posting lessons asynchronously. This is the time in which teachers will just be preparing their learning environments. So from a place and space in terms of what students will be doing, that it essentially will be a non-instructional day for our students. And again, it won't just be our pre-K2 students, it's going to be all pre-K5 students.
Okay.
All the staff are preparing next week for the return the 1st and the 16th.
Okay.
Director Kopp, I will add to that. These are days that are provided by the Minnesota Department of Education in the Safe Learning Plan. And especially for a transition of this magnitude, we feel the need to absolutely have this time for our staff to prepare to do this safely.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I'm glad that there's time where as staff are returning, all together for the first time in a long time to not just have the focus on, obviously there's protocols and things to learn, but just to be together again in the building. And so I appreciate that time is built in. For the secondary on-site supports, I'm a parent of a secondary student, so I'm interested in these sorts of things. Is this something that parents opt into, out of? How are students identified? And again, if I've missed this somewhere else, I apologize. I did receive as a parent an email today that it looked like parents would have to opt out of on-site support. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, thank you, Director Kopp. Through the chair, Ms. Dalkey, do you mind pulling up the slide? I think it was the second slide that I presented, just to answer your question. So think of your K-8 and your 6-8 in this context. Let's see, yes. So when you look at K-8s and 6-8s, okay, remember we have those configuration bands. What you're going to look like there on the first line is all students. So when I say all students, before you're thinking all of them at the same time, what you're looking at is about 25% of each of the alls. So you would go through, each of them would have a day in which they would be on site is what our bands were envisioning. One of the things that you also have to add to this is that there is that opt-out which went out. And so the 29 parents have that opportunity to say, hey, I appreciate that, but for whatever circumstances, that's just not going to be an option for them. We're going to work with them in terms of trying to figure out what type of support for opt-outs that we can provide. So the design teams are looking at that as well. But that's going to take care of the 6-8, K-8 piece that you were wondering. And then when you get to the 9-12s and the 6-12s, because those are different bands, they're going to be looking at based upon how they identify, which is what I shared with you, the support indicators or support criteria, I guess I would share. So sites, depending on their data, will identify what that's going to look like in terms of their building. There are some tight pieces such as specialized services for kids, our Project Reach, Our graduation, of course, if you're a high school, trying to see that we have that going on. And then also with that is going to be opportunities for parents, teachers, or others that would be providing, saying, hey, we really feel that my child or this child needs on-site support, and we're going to be working with secondary leaders and buildings to figure out what that may look like for those as well, that may not have been identified through their support criteria, but there may be additional opportunities as well. And with that, again, it goes through a process of our design team that's going to be looking at that, and so they're continuing the work there. So hopefully I answered that for you.
Yeah, I think so. So as I'm understanding it, that this is open to all students, unless a family makes a decision for whatever reason that they do not wish to have or want to have on-site support. So there is an element of choice for families who might want to make that decision.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you. And I guess a couple things, I guess these maybe are more suggestions, or anyone's welcome to comment on them. But as we're moving into this, it's a big change. And I think anyone who works in the district, anyone on the board, anyone in our learning communities, like we all know that this is a big step, and how people feel about that step day by day, sometimes hour by hour, maybe is evolving and changing, and new questions may arise. And so I'm wondering how we might think about communications and opportunities for community members to continue to ask questions, to continue to have places to better understand this process as it unfolds, and as people might be deciding, moving between models. I don't want there to be like a drop off. Like there's a lot of intensity and a lot of information right now, and I want parents and community members to have confidence that as we kind of move through this together, that there's going to be opportunities for continued engagement and just getting questions answered. I think that can relieve some of that anxiety that a lot of us might be feeling around this decision. And so that was, I guess, maybe sort of rhetorical, but if anyone wants to comment, I'd be, well, interested to hear.
Chair Foster, members of the board, Director Kopp, thank you. Appreciate that. And so a few different things. First and foremost, we are going to schedule a series of town hall meetings, I guess, for lack of a better term, where we can be sure that we are answering some of those questions as they come. And they are numerous. Trust me, I know very well. I also believe that as we have our school staff come back in, and again, that's such a place of information, that will shift too. And that doesn't mean to put a burden on anyone, but I think getting back into a new routine, questions will be answered as well. Especially just some of the logistical things that, we certainly can't cover in one presentation. There may be things that come up where families need to reach out to their school, their teacher, their principal, certainly their district. So we will make that attempt. To continue telling everyone to go to the webpage, it's there. Clearly, we have so much information there. To us, it's now, let's challenge ourselves to present it in different ways as well. And I think that's where some of the interactive engagement needs to come in. And I'll certainly let members of the team also share ideas and thoughts and work that they've done around communication, but just wanted to share some of those highlights with you.
Thank you.
Chair Foster, members of the board, Dr. Gothard. The only thing I would add on this is right now, I know Director Burns and his team are in the process of, and I guess this is kind of news, but we're trying to put together a session for next week, kind of a Q&A. So parents and community members are able to send in questions, and we'll be able to answer questions from staff, kind of what Dr. Gothard was saying in more of a town hall type setting, because we know that we've gotten a lot of questions, and as Dr. Gothard is saying, giving that information to the having people go to the website is one thing, but we think there's another way to be able to present it. So we're looking at potentially sometime next week being able to provide information in more of a town hall type setting. Dr. Gothard, of course, would be there, but other staff members in some of these content areas to be able to answer some of the questions that we consistently get, so they can hear from district staff and actually clear up some of the ambiguity and just clarify some of the issues that some parents have. More information is to come on that, but I'll definitely connect with Director Burns and his team. And as soon as we have everything scheduled out, we'll send out information.
Thank you very much, Chief Baker and Superintendent. And to the whole communications team who is, I know is working really hard, and I know we're learning as we go here and how we can do this. And I appreciate the compassionate and thoughtful approach to potentially reorganizing information, providing some opportunities. I think all of that provides us hopefully a stronger sense of calm as we move through this kind of new territory, and deeply appreciative of everyone's hard work, top to bottom across this district. I know everyone's working really hard to make this happen for our kids, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Director Ellis.
I just have a couple of questions. We talked about the enrollment for in-person being 11,000, and I'm wondering how we're tracking that number. Is that number from our schools, and do we have rough estimates of how many students will be in each of our buildings?
Yes, Chair Foster, Director Ellis, I shared an update by school enrollment. So, of course, that data was as good as that day. If there are changes, it wouldn't reflect that, but that's a regular report that we're looking at right now, and that will certainly be a number that's verified and shared once we're up and running.
Okay, and then as we have, because as you know, questions have been asked by other directors, as we have students who may start in person, but then families may opt to virtual learning again, that number will possibly go back and forth and fluctuate a little bit. And so just wondering, I know we said we're trying not to have any lag time between requests for families, but also that update of that information is going to be really helpful. I know that we did talk enrollment by schools, but I'm also interested in, will there be split classrooms by grades? And if so, how much do we see that starting to occur as we're trying to finalize some lists?
Mr. Collins, do you want to share information about how we've arrived at the variety of configurations that we've achieved?
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent. Through the chair, Director Ellis. Yes. So one of the pieces that we've had a conversation with our sites, and that was a lot of the work that we did last week, was basically saying, let's understand our new rosters in terms of the new enrollment based upon the January 11th deadline, and then start basically sorting and putting students into two initial kind of enrollment lists: students that opted in for VLS and students that would be participating in in-person learning. The next step was basically going through and walking through a context of trying to allocate staff accordingly. And what the conversations that we had with each one of our schools was in context of saying, there's certain things that we need to adhere to, obviously kind of class size being one of the conversations that we were sensitive to in the conversation. We can't just, assign 35 kids into a classroom, obviously. So we basically did an initial sort, and we did that by each assistant superintendent, met with each principal, did an initial sort, and basically walked through what the sections would look like. In the context of where we're at right now, there is the list isn't quite final yet. It's something that I could share through the superintendent with you once it becomes finalized, once the rosters become finalized in the next day or so. But we will have a large number of multi-age opportunities. The design itself, in terms of the priority that we put on making sure that VLS was still a site-based opportunity for connection, and keeping it at the site was a priority that that work group decided many months ago. And there's limitations that come with that. And so when you take one staff and you try and divide them 2 different ways, the numbers don't always work out perfectly. So we will have a pretty large number of multi-age opportunities, and we're going to work through that and support students and support staff in the best way possible and make it through the next 16 weeks once we launch on February 1st. But I can get that information to you, Director Ellis, through the superintendent the next day or so with a breakdown by building.
Okay. I'm asking because I understand that there is going to be some fluctuation between buildings, but I'm also wondering for operations of a building, right? Just if we're not having as many students in a building, then what are we going to be doing? And especially if our families do decide that they want to come in person and then change their mind and we have to fluctuate, that's going to affect operations of the building. And or if we want families who want to return in person, that also will affect operation of a building. And so I'm just wondering how we're thinking through what that impact will be staffing wise.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Director Ellis, thank you for that question. We're looking at it site by site. There are some sites that haven't been able to make that shift work in terms of it just doesn't work. Sometimes based upon the enrollment and based upon the building being really quite full in some cases, that's where there's a bit more of a struggle and a challenge. And as assistant superintendents, we're allocating additional FTEs in that context. Where we see just anecdotally buildings that had more broader capacity on the front end have a little bit more flexibility. But regardless, we're still having to kind of work with additional staff to start with, and then allocate additional staff to support buildings that need additional staff. And we want to do that in the most equitable manner possible. I'll be kind of really candid and say that context of saying, moving into a context of multi-age design or grade splits is something that we want to avoid and we want to try and minimize, and we'll move students around in terms of just looking at numbers to say what makes sense. That's a perspective that I share with each one of my principals. And then in that same context, I know principals are going back and having conversations with teachers to say, in the same context, how do we want to create a class list that is functional, that makes sense, that is student focused and really plays to the strengths of that teacher. So it's a site by site conversation in terms of what that looks like. There is fluctuation that we're planning for that goes back and forth. But again, at some point, we want to try and solidify our lists. And once we get through that initial wait list, hopefully those requests don't continue at the same rate that they're coming in right now. We do get into a situation of, hypothetically, if more students were to shift from, shift from a context of virtual learning into in-person, that creates a situation of we would have to then re-roster again if there's not available space. That could potentially affect a staff member that has an approved accommodation to work remotely, where we would then rescind that and then have that staff person report to duty. So there's lots of big shifts that would happen, and we're going to try and appease as many families as we can in that context of a return to in-person as best we can. And it's a site-by-site conversation in regards to kind of individual buildings capacity. And again, that could be a conversation. As you have individual questions, I'd be more than happy to walk you through that and kind of give you an animation plan of what that looks like for you to have a better understanding.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I noticed on one of the slides when we were talking about the learning centers, it said that transportation would be available. That would be for 6 to 12-year-olds or 6 to 12-year-olds, 6th grade to 12th grade. I can't think right now, sorry. Can someone walk me through that, Mr. Burr? Director Burr?
Thank you, Director Ellis, through the chair. Can you give that to me again? Grade 6 through 12?
Yeah, so the learning centers, it said that transportation would be available, and we talked about what it would mean for elementary students to come back, but we didn't talk about what it would look like for middle school, high school students to be on buses to get to the learning centers.
Well, the plan that we're doing is to cover the area geographically for grades 6 through 12. For example, you know, Washington's got 2,000 plus students, but on any given day, Washington would have probably 200 students going to support. So we're establishing bus stops that will cover the geographic area of the school district where kids can access a bus within 2 or 3 blocks of their home to get to, for example, Washington.
And so then I'm assuming that some sort of criteria for where they sit on buses applies, or does that not apply for middle school, high school students?
We will be using the 50% capacity that we had under hybrid. And we're planning 15 routes to cover each high school with 200 kids showing up. They will, in my opinion, naturally be dispersed throughout those 15 routes.
Okay. And then my other question, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, maybe this is to you, Superintendent. How many students would be sort of the max or cap at our centers at each of our high schools?
So that is Director Ellis. That is for the in-person supports for secondary?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Delich, do you want to share, I mean, it's somewhat based on each school's enrollment, but maybe share the parameters that we've established and maybe start there and then build out what that would look like for a total?
Yeah, no, I thank you, Superintendent Gothard. Thank you, Director Ellis, through the chair. So in terms of how many students would be on each configuration, kind of like I shared with Director Cope, on the K-8 and 6-8, you're looking at 25% capacity that would be there, but keep in mind, it does not include the potential opt-outs that we would also experience. So that, of course, you would see a drop in number as well. In secondary, when I say through your 6, 12, and your 9 through 12s, that's going to be looking at the amount of number and capacity that they feel is necessary, and it's shared in the slide deck, up to a third roughly that you would see on a campus. I have not had any understanding yet or notification of anything even reaching close to 50% right now. Our messaging has been to be very thoughtful in terms of starting out small, making sure we're very sustainable, making sure we're very targeted on our approaches. And then as we get moving and as we become more comfortable and even better at this on-site support, looking at expanding those numbers and those capacities, but keeping in mind, of course, we know that COVID at times can be unpredictable with case rates and other changes in policies and new guidelines. We, of course, would be adjusting accordingly as well with those. But again, just to kind of give you a real quick numbers, think of 25% when you're thinking of K-8 and 6-8, and then think about a 33% in your large comprehensive schools, but also recognize that our goal is to look at how we could safely expand our work too, but not in a manner that is not going to be sustainable, safe, and also able to be done managedly from logistical purposes. Great question.
Thinking about information we received and sort of what we know that a large portion of our students are struggling academically, wondering if we are going to be at some sort of capacity, whether that's 25% or 33%, given any location of our buildings. Are we putting emphasis on our seniors getting additional support in this way? Not that our middle school students wouldn't need it, or our 9th, 10th, or 11th graders, but is the emphasis, or at least I hope there would be emphasis on that in-person support for our seniors.
Yeah, thank you, Director Ellis, to the chair. As put in the slide deck, and then also as a reminder too, which I appreciate you sharing that, there's going to be a continued emphasis in that senior work, the work that Mr. Guenther and company has done, and then working with them in collaboration of identifying that our comprehensive schools, which they're all aware of, is making sure that we have identified a very consistent model that is going to support identifying seniors that's ongoing. Unlike other things that may be a week or two, and then it may be into another cohort of kids, one thing we know for sure is that there's always going to be a necessity for that graduation piece and the constant reoccurring opportunities for kids that are going to be getting close to graduation but need the extra nudge to make sure that they're supported. So I'm glad to hear that question, and yes, to reassure you, that's what's going to be happening at the secondaries when it comes to specifically seniors and the emphasis of support.
Dr. Delich, I would add just one piece, Director Ellis, that also the in-person supports that we're adding is also looking at a way that we can prevent seniors from struggling in the future. So knowing that we can get our freshmen, sophomores, and juniors support they need to continue to earn credits is also a way for us to address what could be future problems as matriculating seniors.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you for the information. It was a lot.
Seat Member Ali, any questions, comments?
Thank you, Chair Foster. I did have a couple of questions, but most of them have been answered. But one question is, when I can't find it anywhere, but when will the on-site support start?
So thank you, Seat Member Ali. One of the things that we need to do is work under the guidance of the Minnesota Department of Education and Health. And on December 16th, when Governor Walz gave his encouragement and guidelines for us to prioritize our youngest learners, of course, many districts had to ask, well, what about secondary? And I too have gotten that question. So there's a few different things for me to share about that. Number one, a number of schools in the state of Minnesota and right here in the metro had some sort of in-person experience for secondary students, previous to the November, December case rate surge. So, for them to open up and go into the support type environments we're talking about is somewhat default for them. They were used to it. They already had rosters, bus schedules, understanding of who went where on what days and so forth. So we have to look at a brand new support model for our students. Now, thankfully, we have had the the Academic Support Center at Washington that Chief Turner and many other staff have helped to stand up. And that is the foundation for how we're to that's one of the foundations for us to take it to other schools in the district, of course, with our principal and building leadership as well, making those plans. So what I'm looking at right now is understanding from the department standpoint, we still are using the county case rate to kind of guide decisions that we're making. And for the secondary students, I think it's important to point that out. Governor Walz and our commissioners of health and education have said that for the youngest students, transmission throughout schools did not seem to cause, mass case surges. But that was a little bit different for our older students, where they found that, it was a little bit more easily transmitted. So it's something that we have to think very carefully about. And that's why we're taking a very cautious approach with a number of students. We absolutely are going to have all the PPE, social distancing possible, and making sure that we're offering this to our students and staff in a safe way. So I'm really looking at that county case rate and making sure that we can count on what we're seeing right now being a somewhat downward trend, a little bit flat after the holiday, but hopefully a continued downward trend for us to be able to make a decision. I've heard from you and others, what if we start only to stop because of cases? And, we don't want to be in that situation. And we know that the big lift on our elementary program is going to be extensive. So we're working with our secondary teams to make sure that we can articulate that start date. The communication to families today said we would let them know we're hoping for February, but we also want to give chance to our secondary staff to have them in similar to the week of the 25th for elementary staff to make sure that they're trained and ready in their buildings for once we can start as well. So kind of two answers to your question. The first is getting staff back in the secondary sites to allow their principals and buildings to understand the safety protocols and understand how to use some of the new equipment that we've introduced. And then number two, when is that start date going to be for students to be on site? And again, we're hoping for February. We're going to continue to monitor, work with our families, and work with our schools.
Thank you. My next question might not be related to like the presentation, but it could in some ways. I know that semester is ending on the 29th or the 1st, and with on-site support at Washington or so, how are we working to prevent what happened first quarter and not let that happen again in second quarter as we are approaching the final days of our conclusion to semester? And also, what does the data show from mid-quarter that it might be an improvement from first quarter?
Great, thank you very much. If I could have the schools team, academics team, and student supports team, please feel free to share what we've learned, what we've done, and how we're continuing to support our students.
Through the chair, Superintendent, SEED member Ali, I wanted to have Darren Ginther share some of the updates we have on that work, specifically your question about how it's looking right now. It is looking tough, especially for our 12th graders. It continues to look tough. We have had 3 work groups working with timelines to ensure that students who are receiving C's and D's have an opportunity to turn those into P's and other strategies. And Mr. Ginther will share some of those with you.
Thanks. Through the chair, SEED member Ali, a couple things I wanted to talk a little bit about are silver linings, I think you could call them. I mean, this has been extremely challenging, but something we've looked at is all of our systems. So I'll let the Division of Schools talk about some of the larger interventions that all of our schools have been looking at. But what I'd focus on is some of the specific supports we're looking at. So with credit recovery, we're really looking at, historically, we've done student fails a course, they need to recover the entire course. And so one of the specific things we're looked at is creating a module credit recovery system or a project base or a smaller segment. So student gets 50% in a class, they shouldn't have to recover the same amount of a course that a student who didn't learn, didn't experience the same thing, received maybe 0% or 10%. So we're looking to implement that in third quarter in all of our schools. And so the way that would look is a student who got 50% may only need to meet the standards or power standards that they missed in order to get that in 2 weeks or 3 weeks as opposed to an entire quarter. So really looking at engaging our schools to really work with their students, because we know this is a tier 1 or a larger piece than we can just fix with little bits and pieces. So we're really looking to see the pieces of what can we change now in a real short-term manner to support our kids to get to the finish line. And to Dr. Gothard's point earlier, we really want to allow that as school capacity allows for our 11th, 10th, and 9th graders to stay on track as well. So seeing that as a learning experience this year to get to that finish line this year, but then from a long-term perspective, how can we take some of the learnings from this year to really support our students to re-envision what school can look like for students and to really look at their assets, what they have learned, as opposed to thinking in a very linear fashion in terms of especially credit recovery, which in distance learning, in COVID-19, we've seen a significant increase of that. So other pieces I'd mention is Executive Director Anderson in the Office of Teaching and Learning has really looked to align that. And I mentioned the kind of tier one or all issue of really creating alignment in our courses so that when a student has 7 periods of the day, those courses should look similar or very aligned as that student experience happens. So there's less of that overwhelming sense of teacher A is extremely different than teacher B. So they really can understand what's expected throughout the day in an aligned way. The other piece I would mention with credit recovery in particular, Evening High School is exploring in-person support specific to Evening High School. And so how could that support both Evening High School and potentially the district to support students in their credit recovery efforts as we get into third quarter, fourth quarter, as it's safe to reopen in a more in-person support setting. So those are a couple, but I really would like to pass it on to Division of Schools to talk about sort of the, again, a tier one piece of what all of our schools have done to look at what are some of those patterns they've seen, what are some of the interventions they're looking to do, and then continuing to monitor that pattern to make sure improvements happening.
Yeah, thank you, Director Ginther. Through the chair, City Member Ali, great question. In terms of work that's been going on at the site, we have continuous meetings with our high school leaders regarding data and plans. I know many of them have submitted their response to intervention type plan to Mr. Ginther in regards to how we can support our data. In addition to that, one of the things that we know as we approach into a new grading period, closing out a semester, the data that we do receive, regardless of whether it's amazing or whether it's in need of improvement, that's data that's going to be used for us to make very informed decisions about continuous work that's happening at sites, as well as what approaches we are also going to be able to use with our on-site support to help address future grading periods that are going to be occurring later. In addition, it was touched on too, is also looking at not just what's happening in the upper levels, but also looking at our freshman supports, our sixth grade data, as well as we notice looking at where those dips are and developing plans at site levels to support the needs of students. We also acknowledge that while we're in the distance learning mode, it does get tricky, but it does not and will not stop us in terms of looking at how we can adjust based upon the data to provide even more support to our students, specifically at the secondary level. So hopefully that touched on all of what work that's going on in secondary, and it's going to continue to go on as we progress in distance learning, even if we're not in on-site immediately. And when we do get into on-site, we're going to continue that work of intentionality to support the needs of your colleagues in school at secondary that need additional support and help with content.
I see Director Kamani's line is open too.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard and Seed Member Ali, and through the chair. I'm just adding a little bit of what some of the social emotional learning supports that we're attempting to provide and make available, and to better support students with what we've learned. So giving just a few examples of that, I would say working with our lead counselors and social workers to make sure they have the resources needed when they go into the academic support and help support students that are there. Really getting information to our building administrators about when we're welcoming students back into our building. Really, yes, we have to focus, like we've talked about, on, yes, increasing the academic success and focusing on making those credits up, but also realizing how important it is for kids to feel some connection at school and to really develop those relationships and feel that sense of community when they walk into our buildings that many might have missed or are not feeling right now that attached to school. So, providing some practical ideas and resources to use in that way. really continuing in our middle schools to use foundations class as a place to really do that and study that work. And then with even our in-person, our youngest learners that are coming back, really providing teachers with the first 10 days of how we should run a morning meeting and giving them topics and ways to focus those morning meetings on building those communities. In addition, for some students, and this will be just a few, I'm working to make sure our school-based mental health partnerships and those partners are able to come in to school and provide some in-person support, the ones that are able to with the students they're working with. So I'm not continuing to provide those services only virtually, but trying to get some face-to-face time for those healthcare providers as well for, a small number, but a critical number of students that might need that support.
Thank you. I think maybe you guys must have misunderstood like my question, like direct question is how I know the mid-quarter data should have been up and came through, and how do they differ from first quarter data, that students that fail in first quarter, is there an improvement within that data, or are we still saying the same thing from first quarter?
Through the chair, SEEB member Ali, we need to prepare that information for you so we can bring it back to you. We don't have all of that information for you at this time, but we are seeing some continuation of trends, as I said, with 12th graders. We're seeing some, literally just today, starting to look at what we're seeing for 12th graders. But we will have to prepare that for you, and we'd be happy to bring it back and share it with you. I'm certain that Chief Baker could help facilitate that.
Thank you. I think that I'll go further. Thank you, Chair Foster.
Thank you. So I just have a couple clarifying quick questions to circle around to several of my colleagues. And actually, I think the biggest one is thinking about those non-instructional days, so those 4 days and then the Friday that is off. I just want to clarify, I know last year we had a big thing about calendar days. And so these will be non-instructional days, but because they are part of the order, they do not count against students, correct?
Chair Foster, that is correct. In the Safe Learning Plan, the state actually directs districts when they're making a transition to have a minimum number of days and up to a maximum. Furthermore, if there are multiple transitions and districts are going back and forth, the department has been very supportive in districts calling and asking for additional days if they're needed. So we are within the Safe Learning Plan and how we're directing next Monday.
And then another question for Director Burr about busing and when that gets up and running, the middle high school students, our pre-K through 5 are going to be assigned seats. I think what Director Ellis was asking is, are those students going to be assigned seats as well, or will they just be able to get on buses?
Thank you, Director Foster, through the chair. They will be assigned seats. Pre-K through 5 and they'll be receiving that assignment on their bus information postcard.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I just had a brain fart. I had my other final question. Let me see here. Was thinking, I just completely lost it. I'm going to take phone and privilege and think about this for one quick second. Oh, it's gone. I'll ask it again. At that, Dr. Gothard, I'd ask you if there are any closing remarks there.
No, I just, again, want to thank the team. They put a lot of thought into this. Every inch of our organization is impacted by this transition, and it really is going to require teamwork. And I know some people are ecstatic. I know that some people are, as I mentioned in my opening comments, extremely apprehensive. One of the questions I've heard a lot, and we'll certainly talk about this at the town hall because I want the entire community to hear, unless they happen to be listening to the board meeting tonight. dial back has come up. When will we know, that it isn't safe to be in schools? And I think a few things. One, the numbers that we're using for the county case rates and that, those numbers did get high enough to a point where many of my colleagues in the metro are seeing a direct correlation that once the number gets that high, there are other indicators showing that you don't have the staff to operate it, or the number of cases might be showing up in a different way. And it was really a staffing thing, not a case thing. So I do want to point that out, staffing. And obviously with the way that we contact trace and the guidelines that we have, there are many people, who may have to, out of the case investigation, have to be removed. And that was a real challenge for districts. But I want to also point this out, that a number sometimes could mean that once a number is high, that you could still have a school or a business or an organization that doesn't have any cases, that isn't impacted. And at the same time, you could have a very low number. And with that low number, you could have an outbreak or cases or infections. So what's going to guide our decision-making is how is it impacting our environment? And is it an individual level? Is it an individual student or an individual staff that's impacted? And if so, then through our case investigation, what's the impact on the school? Is it an entire classroom? And if so, what's the impact on the school? Is it an entire school? And if so, what's the impact on the system? So we do have dial back mechanisms built in naturally to what we're going to do and how we're going to react. And we will be communicating with our communities the way we have since March in fighting this in cases that we have had throughout the district. Our goal is to be part of the community and suppress cases. Our goal is to respond if we have any reason to believe that there's a positive case or that there's exposure, so that we can minimize the amount of potential spread. And we have the systems in place to do that. Mary Langworthy has been very open with you about that in previous meetings, and we've actually asked our Ramsey County St. Paul Health Partners to come back on the 16th and talk with us again before the board meeting. So we're trying to time it so we get relevant information from them on the day of our board meeting so we can bring that forward to you. So with that, again, I just want to thank the team, board. Thank you for your great questions. Thank you for your engagement as well. I know you're being put in the spot of being the communicator for the district, and I appreciate you doing that and sharing with me what concerns you're hearing and what questions you have so you can provide that information. I know a lot of you are involved in other engagement activities as well, and I'm always willing to partner with you, myself and our team. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. And I'm trying to make sure I'm in this agenda right. SPPS online or my other, is this where we're going to look at the resolution to approve adopting the St. Paul Public Schools resolution in response to COVID-19 pandemic? I know we changed it from old business. I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot for that.
That's right. Chair Foster and members of the board, we did have an agenda change at the onset of the meeting. So on page 120 of your packet, I believe is the start of the resolution that is before you tonight. This resolution is a continuation of one that we created in August, right? That seems like forever ago, but that was the first iteration. We reviewed it now. I believe this will be the third or fourth review of that. We have added some language to it. I know that Council Long is obviously on our call tonight and would be happy to guide us through any of those mechanic substantial changes as well.
So my question is, I'm wondering, I would just move to approve the resolution adopting the St. Paul Public Schools resolution in response to COVID-19 pandemic. Ask for a second, and if there's discussion necessary.
I second.
Thank you. That was seconded by Director Broderick. Is there any discussion necessary?
I just want to pause for a second. Are we about to vote on the resolution?
Yes. So if you have questions or comments about it.
I just have questions around the language that I kind of want to have answered.
The floor is yours, Director Vu.
Don't we go in order?
Yes.
Yeah. Director Broderick.
Okay. Excuse me, Director Vu, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose time tonight. As many of you know, I'm not reluctant to speak my mind to administration. And sometimes I'm even a little critical. But tonight, and in the coming days, I feel it is my role as a board member to be as supportive as I possibly can as Superintendent Gothard struggles to deal with this terrible calamity which has struck the entire world. I have to say I'm not oblivious to the fact that our SPPS community is deeply divided over this. And whichever path we take, we will certainly not satisfy or please everyone. But at this point in time, I have no questions, and I am in complete support of extending the resolution that we have had in place for quite a time now. And so that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Vu?
Thank you, Director Broderick. My concern is, let's see, on line 1, continue toward a return to full-time in-person learning consisting of special education federal for schools and special sites. The downtown school, JDC, case treatment, hospital, Ridgeview, Focus Beyond, Pathway 1 and 2, River East, and Journey Secondary. So not so much questions regarding that. Line 2, continue toward return to full-time in-person learning for grades pre-K 2 starting February 1st and grades 3 through 5 starting February 15th, including third graders, multi-age Montessori E1 classrooms and early childhood special education programs. So my question on this is, and this may be a question for Attorney General Counsel Long, is if we approve this, we are authorized, I just want to clarify, we are authorizing Superintendent Joe Gothard to move forward with the in-person learning plan as a board. Would that be correct?
Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, C Member Ali, Director Vu. Yes, that would be correct, that it would be to continue with the plans that were just outlined for you in the discussion that was just held towards returning to full-time in-person learning as stated there, starting February 1st for pre-K through 2nd, and then continuing February 15th for grades 3 through 5. Yes.
Okay. I just have an idea I want to throw out here. In the future, in terms of changing learning models, can we provide some language in there that a district-wide change in a learning model must be a vote by the board? In terms of agreeing with this, but going forward.
Through the chair, Director Vu, you as the board have the ability to make any revisions, amendments to this resolution. That is kind of why we set up this check before the beginning of every quarter.
Vice Chair Vu, the one the one bit of feedback I would provide on that is understand that learning models go in both directions, and there could be a situation that arises where we have to change, a school or the entire system, back from the model that we're currently in, and that would necessitate some sort of emergency meeting so that the board could accept or could vote on that recommendation. So the timing of it could, it's just something that we have to factor into it. And this resolution has given me the ability to be very flexible when need be. But I would certainly work at the direction of the board to do this.
Thank you for that feedback, Superintendent Gothard. at this point, I just want to open this to a discussion for the board members before we vote on it. The February 1st date, to me, we already have many parts of the district in motion moving towards the February 1st date. But going forward in the future, should learning models change, there is an opportunity to vote on that. And I kind of want to hear what the rest of the board think about that in terms of changing some of this language before we vote on it.
I don't know.
Chair Foster, can we move through the board members?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just got back logged in. So Director Allen.
I think you wanted to, were you making a motion of some sort? Were you trying to have further discussion on that particular point in that language, or were you just saying,
Right.
let's just continue the overall discussion?
I want to think about ways that we can amend this resolution as we go forward. And should there be the case where we need to change learning models, right?
Right.
As I said before, I think the February 1st date, we have a lot of parts of our district already moving towards opening. But should there be any more changes in the future, I would like some language around amending this resolution to where we do vote on that. And I just kind of want to hear what the remaining board members have to say about that.
So that was one of my concerns also. And I think the key words that you said before that you just didn't say right now was a district-wide change. So I still would like to give the authority to the superintendent to school by school make those decisions if numbers arise or we have a situation. But if we're doing a district-wide change of everyone going back or everybody going to distance learning, I think that should go through the board. So that's my thoughts on it, and that was actually kind of related to what I was gonna talk about around that. And then also, I guess my next question is for Council Long. So when we approve this today, then we'll just move forward no matter what at this point. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, Director Allen, the resolution says to continue toward. Now, certainly if things were to change, if something were to happen as it did back in December where there was a spike, the governor did a huge dial back, discontinued districts that were in hybrid and moved back to all virtual based on the governor's order, all of that would factor into this. So, the point of one of the points of this is to allow the district to be nimble enough to make immediate changes when circumstances change and situations dictate that the path that we're following, if there needs to be a sudden change into a different direction, this resolution gives the superintendent and administration the nimbleness to do that.
Yeah, so I get that part, and I'm all for that. I'm just concerned about the specific language that's written in like number 1 and 2, and just kind of talking about specifically what he's going to do, because the resolution is to give him the authority, correct? It's not about what he's doing and what he's not doing. And so what I'm wondering is why would we have that language in that space? And could we just do like we did before in the resolution where we just gave him specific authority to make decisions based on school by school basis? I guess at this point is how I'd be looking at it.
Let me just add through the chair, Director Allen. So this resolution actually is very similar to the resolutions that you've renewed in the past. And the rationale for the language, the changing of the language actually mirrors kind of the situation and the stage that we're in. If you remember back looking at the language from the past resolution, it talked about distance learning. And we were not talking about any type of in-person going or continuing into in-person. So as of right now, the goal is for this resolution to kind of mirror or connect to the state that we're in. And we also talked about some items that we're just not necessarily in right now concerning some of the stages around hybrid and certain things like that. So there was language in the last resolution that allowed the superintendent to do that, but again, it's still up to the board.
That's really all that I had. That was my questions and issues.
Thank you. Director Kopp.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I guess I share like what my colleagues have said about like having I wouldn't be opposed to if it's a district-wide change that the board would be convened and the board would vote on it. I definitely want to make sure the superintendent and his team have the ability to respond to things kind of in those school-based, site-based decisions. I don't want to be in a position of micromanaging that and losing time in trying to convene a meeting and trying to you know, meet the needs of our sites if we have to make changes. What I would, and I don't know how this works, you know, in terms of amending a resolution, I would be interested in seeing some language, like some draft language. Maybe I don't know if there's other districts who are following a similar, or other boards who are following a similar path with resolutions, and what kind of language can be most precise and provide the authority that we want. And then if there are spaces for the board to come in and to make decisions, that everything is very clear, so we don't again lose time because we're, you know, unsure about what the language is asking us to do. And so I don't know if that kind of language can be completed tonight and added, if there's an option for possibly renewing it for a shorter period of time and revisiting it, you know, next month with the idea of adding an amendment. I'm not sure what our options are in that, but the overall concept of it is fine. I want to make sure we're really precise with the language so we don't put ourselves in a position of losing time when decisions need to be made.
Thank you, Director Kopp, Chair Foster, Director Kopp. So one thing I do want to share with the board and with the community who's tuning in tonight, to do what I think some of you are suggesting or might be interested in, I just want you to know that it wouldn't do anything different to how we're behaving as an administration. With the added step that we'd be bringing forward a recommendation for you to vote on. But everything that we've been presenting and the way that I've been communicating with you in the community, none of that, you know, that wouldn't change. Of course, I wouldn't be able to get out in front before you made a decision. So it could in fact slow some things down, but that is completely up to you. So I might suggest a couple of things, and Councilor Long, if you could confirm this, does not acting on this tonight change any of our current work for next week and for February 1st and February 16th?
Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, board members, no, I don't believe that it does.
So one of the questions I might have is that we could look at some alternative language and consider it. We have a meeting on the 25th. We could consider it on that evening. That would give us enough, I believe, enough time. The meeting's posted. We have agenda items, I know. So we will be holding a meeting on Monday. So that would be one opportunity. So just wanted to share that possibility with you.
If I could, Dr. Gothard, yes, that would certainly be a possibility. We would just need to amend the notice of the meeting for next Monday, but we certainly have the time to do that in order to comply with the open meeting law. So that is certainly something that a motion could be made to take this item and place it on the agenda for the Monday special meeting. That would certainly be an option. You could, as another option, Director Copter, does your question, you could work on an amendment language now. That would require a motion to amend. That would need to be seconded, discussed, and so on. You could do that in terms of board approval, something like that. You could also make a motion to amend the resolution to change paragraph 8 to add a new date sometime in the future to vote to renew, amend, or rescind it. And rather than waiting until March 23rd, you could do that at an earlier meeting as well. Those are several options that come to mind.
And the last thing I'll say that I believe deserves some clarification is when we say district-wide, very little of our response to COVID-19 has had a district-wide support, outside of meals, for example, where all students, regardless of what school they go in or what grade they're in, they're provided and afforded the same level of service. But when we think about learning models, as you heard tonight, it's, there's a variety of different applications and in ways that we're working to address that. So I just want us to be very clear with what we might be modifying.
Thank you both very much. That was helpful. And I think the superintendent, what you just said, kind of how we define our terms is really important, how we understand what district-wide means, because that might look different or land different on, as we're considering that. And so I'd like to listen to if there's further discussion, but I definitely, I would be in favor of either moving this to the 25th, like just I think it was the first option that Chief Counsel Long outlined, maybe moving it to Monday, just for having the time. And I think I mean, kind of looking at the clock, knowing we have more to discuss tonight, really wanting us to give this and the rest of our agenda tonight the attention and kind of clear thinking it deserves. And it's important. It's an important decision, and I want to make sure we get it right and get the language right. So that would be my preference, but I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think.
Director Ellis?
I was just going to say, for any decisions that the board is making, we purposely put aside Monday meetings for this. If there were any decisions that we needed to make as a board, we put these, we had Monday meetings scheduled for this purpose. So I kind of thought that maybe it's not in the resolution, but I think that was sort of how we've been approaching the work. If there were things that needed immediate attention, as far as MOUs, MOAs, all of those things, if they didn't show up at a board meeting, we were taking care of at a special meeting on Mondays. And so I'm fine with it being moved to Monday. I think that like I said, I thought that was part of the reason that we implemented the special meetings for Monday, so that board members would have the opportunity to make some decisions and understand what was the recommendations coming from administration. Or maybe that's just the way that I understood it, and that's not the way everyone else understood it. I don't know.
Any other questions, comments, Director Broderick?
Chair Foster, if I could just real quick, I'm sorry, Director Broderick, Director Ellis, and it's also important to point out, and you didn't assume this wasn't the case, but the Monday meetings, the routine was mainly for purchases and things like that came up, and especially as we were getting into this with acquiring new PPE and other materials. The learning model, our discussion back in August was to provide administration flexibility, knowing that we would probably have a lot of twists and turns. And again, I will work with you as hard as I can. I can't imagine anything changing in terms of how we've worked together with these changes, other than there might be a point in which time, we have to push stop and I have to wait until I have your authority to communicate something. So what the one thing that's been nice about this is it's given us flexibility to work collaboratively across the district, where if it's going to be dependent on a vote, it's going to be dependent on how the board sees this, it might cause us to not be able to work as openly as we had been. Board members, I don't know if that makes sense to you, if that's clear, but this has really given us the ability to work very openly with the community, stating what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, knowing that you're supportive of it via the resolution, that flexibility has been appreciated.
There's been several comments about changes, adaptations. Chief Counsel Long, I know that there is a motion on the table if we wanted to do something different. That's why I was going back around, seeing if there was other directors that had any other comments after those last few.
Chair I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Director Broderick.
Yeah, I'll wait for Council Long to talk.
No, you are correct, Chair Foster. There is a motion on the table. As I said, I do believe that there could be a motion to amend at this point. The resolution that is currently before you, there could be a motion to postpone the matter definitely to the special meeting on Monday. That would be an option as well, or to, as I said, to amend the motion in paragraph 8 to put in a different date for a specific date to come back and review. So those are different options that would be on the table to any director.
So I would be looking for someone to state at this point.
I would be willing to motion to table it till Monday. And then hopes that we can get some other language in there, just around the board authority for changing from in-person to distance learning, or distance learning to in-person district-wide. That's really what I'm looking for. And I agree, we do have the Monday meetings, but in the last situation, Governor Walz made an announcement on like a Wednesday. Superintendent made his announcement on like a Thursday, and there was no room for the Monday meeting to even have a board discussion around where we were at with it. And so that's the part that concerns me.
Chief Counsel, do I need to rescind my motion? I'm not a Robert Rules follower person, so.
No, I mean, I think that we can have a motion to postpone, definitely, and specifically to November, excuse me, to the January 25th special meeting. So that would require a second, any discussion, and a vote.
Okay, that motion was done by Director Allen. Is there a second?
Second, Ellis.
Second by Ellis. Any discussion? Director Broderick?
Could you please, either you, Chair Foster, or Council Long, explain to me, or just clarify just exactly what Director Allen's motion is? I would be still in favor of maintaining or of extending the resolution that we have in place right now. So consequently, I'm wondering whether I should, because that's my feeling at this point in time, would it be proper then for me to vote against this suggestion of having an amendment? And then I might just add that I'm a little bit concerned about how we are going to prepare for Monday's meeting in terms of the kind of language that would be contained in that amendment. Because I don't want to come into Monday's meeting on the 25th and just try to start this conversation all over again. But you know, brevity has never been my strong suit, so maybe I better just state once again, I would be in favor of extending the present resolution.
So, Chief Mott, let me see if I got this right. At this point, Director Broderick, we could go into a vote now. You could vote it no because you want it to continue as it is, and that would either be voted yea or nay. If it passed, then we would move it to Monday. If it did not, we go back to the original motion. Did I get that right, Chief Mott?
I think you.
Yes, Chair Foster,
I better wait for the council, for our lawyer to agree, but you know what? Chair Foster, you impressed me with your knowledge of parliamentary procedure. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
What do you say, Chuck, Mr. Council Long? Are we okay with that?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, yes, Chair Foster, what you just said is correct.
Okay. Any other conversation? Any other conversation? Is there any other conversation? Vote, please. And we are voting on the amended resolution to move this to Monday, the 25th.
Excuse me real quick. I'm sorry, through the chair. Can I get a point of information because we have 6 board members here? So what happens if it's a split?
It's a 3-3, then it's enough. It does not pass.
It doesn't pass, okay.
Director Foster?
Oh, I'm sorry, can I point of order if I can? I'm sorry, is the motion to amend this resolution to set a review date for Friday? So is the motion to amend statement 8 and change the date from March 23rd, 2021 to January 25th of 2021? Or is the motion to postpone the action definitely until Monday? I wasn't clear on the motion.
That is correct.
So I guess I have to get a point of information again. We'll just go back and forth with this. By me postponing it, it does give room for us to amend this resolution or change the wording in the resolution. It doesn't necessarily have to be amended because it hasn't been voted on. So then do we just change, we'll work on a group or whatever to change the wording, and then it would be presented in the on January 25th. That's my motion that I was attempting to make. So I'm just wondering, is that how that goes too?
Point of clarification, I think that is.
Okay. Chair Foster, I definitely want to make sure that everybody's clear on this. There are a few balls in the air right now, and I want to make sure that there's no ambiguity on what's going on. So I'm definitely going to reach out to Chuck Long on this. So just to be clear, there was an original motion, and then there was a second. The motion was made by Chair Foster, was seconded by Director Broderick. From my understanding, there was another motion. That motion was made by Director Allen. I don't know who the second was on that.
Director Ellis.
Director Ellis. So within the initial motion, it was to approve the resolution as is. The second motion from Director Allen is seconded by Director Ellis. The motion was to wait until Monday, from my understanding, during a special meeting, to talk about alternative language. And I feel like that would be clear enough and broad enough to not box in board members. So you'll have that opportunity to have the discussion at Monday's meeting to clear up everything. Is that correct, Director Allen?
Because we can amend it in the meeting if needed, correct? On the 25th.
That is correct, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
excuse me. Director
then
Allen,
absolutely, that's exactly what I was asking for. A motion to postpone it so that we can have time for a discussion, a thorough discussion about the language of the resolution.
So as of right now, Chair Foster, the motion is on the table. And I think to get to Director Broderick's question, This allows you to lay it over so that you can amend it and change language, potentially change language at a special meeting on Monday.
And I want to make sure all board members are understanding what that motion is. Is there anyone that has any questions about it? All right. Any questions? Any questions? Vote, please. This is on the amended.
Director Foster,
No.
Director Broderick,
No.
Director Vu,
Just to be clear again, we are voting to move this resolution to the 25th with new language to be amended on that day and then voted on that day, right?
Yes.
So just help me out here. That's what I want, but I want to make sure I vote that. So
Yes.
Is that a yes vote?
I would say that was a yes vote, that you're saying that yes, let's wait until Monday, the 25th. That's how I see that vote.
Yes.
There we go.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Cobb,
No.
and Director Ellis.
Yes.
So, to my understanding, this does not pass. And we go back to the original motion. Is that correct, Chief Counsel?
That is correct.
Am I supposed to allow for any other conversation or just go to vote?
Chair Foster, it is in your prerogative to go to a vote or to have additional conversation.
Sarah, if we could go back up to the first resolution, and I move, if you could do a vote, roll call vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yeah, just want to clarify again, we are just voting on the original resolution at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Director Allen,
No.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
and Director Ellis.
No.
Okay. Any final, next we have is our SPPS online, but I'd like to take a quick 10-minute break. It is 9:19. If we could, I could do 7. Is anybody opposed to 7?
How about 8?
All right, let's take an 8-minute break. It is now 9, I'm gonna say 9:20, so 9:28, be back, and hopefully we can move through the rest. All right, next in the presentation is SPPS Online, and I'll turn it back over to Superintendent Gothard.
All right, I've got my buttons. Thank you very much, Chair Foster, members of the board. Executive Director Ott is here with us tonight to share with us an update on our pursuit of creating a permanent, comprehensive, full-time online school for St. Paul Public Schools. Tonight, as Executive Director Ott will share with you, is for information only, to take you through so that you understand the process that school districts in the state of Minnesota must go through. And with that, I'll turn it over to Executive Director Ott.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay.
Yes.
Chair Foster, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, and C-Member Ali, I really appreciate having the time this evening to share our efforts in establishing a long-term solution for online learning in St. Paul Public Schools. As Dr. Gothard said, this is largely informational and to understand the process that we must go through in order to be set for the future of online learning here in St. Paul schools. You're going to hear tonight about our online programming options, the process we used in creating the online school, and next steps as we look ahead. So I would like if Sarah Dalkey could share the presentation, or if you would like me to project that. Thank you. And we can move on to slide 2. So as we began the design for SPPS Online, we considered the needs of the SPPS community. We have data going back to creating SPPS Achieves in the strategic plan. We have data from Distance Learning 1.0, the feedback we got from students, families, and staff. We also have some more feedback that we've gathered over this period of time here, and you'll hear about that a little bit later. Learning throughout COVID-19, the pandemic, has allowed families and students to better see, and staff as well, to see what learning online might be like. And we've heard from community members that there is value to having online learning. And in fact, some families prefer online learning. And we've had families choosing online learning programs outside of St. Paul in previous times. Also, in addition to hearing from our community, we also know that this work is directly connected with the SPPS Achieves in our strategic plan. Specifically, the online programming is going to further support 7A, which is strengthening partnerships that provide college credit, industry certification, and job experience to our secondary students. It's also about 3A and implementing culturally relevant practices within all students' learning and programming. 3B, that helps us ensure all students have access to a well-rounded education. And 5B, where we allocate resources to programming that supports the needs of our community. Additionally, the an improved online application will allow flexibility for our district to offer a wide range of online learning for our students in grades K through 12. And we'll talk more about that too as we move ahead. On the next slide, we go through, and there's some key terms that I'd like to make sure we understand. And so this graphic kind of gives an overview of this. Online learning in Minnesota is based on a statute about online learning options. And in the statute, these terms, some of these terms are listed there and others are new given the pandemic. So I'm just going to take a second to kind of brief this graphic here. There's a narrative in the blue column there and then a visual on the right. And what we've been living in since March has been distance learning. We are in the time of COVID-19 and executive orders and waivers and things like that by the state that allowed every district in the state, required every district in the state to provide distance learning. We've called it the virtual learning school this year. In the past, in the spring, we called it Distance Learning 1.0. That was a program. It's meant to be short term. It's administered by the school site principal, and it's in a response directly to COVID-19. What we are looking to do in this fall is going to the first column, the online school. We want to create an online school that is its own entity. It has its own identity. It has its own school number at some point by the time we start it up, and students choose that in lieu of another school. Right now in our distance learning model, in our virtual learning school, as you heard earlier from Superintendent Collins, Assistant Superintendent Collins, students keep their seat in their current school while they're in virtual learning. And that's because we're in this distance learning environment. But in an online school, students would take that and they'd go from school A to the online school, and that would be their home school. That would be administered by a principal, administrated by a principal that's hired for that specific purpose. Staff would be hired for that specific job and role, and it is its own school. As we started ESTEM, we'll be starting our own online school, and our focus is going to be on 9/11 for the fall of 2021-22, and then growing to 12th grade that next year, and then we can look at expanding beyond that. So it's scalable, and it's long-term. Then there's a third term. This third term kind of gets a little confusing, but supplemental courses are a really important piece. And there are two types of supplemental courses, but this allows a student to take one to all of their courses online. So you could be, say, a Como Park High School student, but you really want to take a career pathway class that Humboldt offers. With supplemental online programming, we could set it up so we can do that, and students can have flexibility throughout the day. There are some opportunities and challenges to set that type of learning up, but that's what supplemental means. It means they spend most of their time at one school, but maybe take a course or two online in collaboration with another school in the district. So those three terms, distance learning, think of that as our COVID response. An online school is really establishing a permanent long-term school, and supplemental would be something a little in between here, flexible, adaptable, personalized opportunities there. So we'll take questions on a little later, and as Assistant Superintendent, or as Chief Watkins had mentioned, you'll have a chance to ask questions here at the end as kind of a parking lot type piece. So on the next slide here, we're going to talk about the approach that was taken to arrive at this decision and to looking at an online school starting out with a 9 through 11. And we started last January. In part, that's what the Office of Digital and Alternative Education was designed to do, is to really explore and develop a plan for online learning in St. Paul Public Schools. And we've engaged a number of different groups of people to figure this out, starting with the Minnesota Department of Education. Their Office of Online Learning has really been helpful in guiding what's going on, looking at other resources, what other schools have been doing, and how we navigate the application process. We've also established an advisory group. That advisory group has been running since this summer, giving us guidance on the online school and also our work in distance learning here in the virtual learning world. The advisory group has 30+ members that include teachers, principals, content area leads from our academic areas, counselors, helping us to really chew on all the little pieces that are going on in creating an online school, permanent online school. We've also had a core team, and we established core teams during the SVP's Achieve strategic planning process. Core teams really help drive and assess what are we doing? Are we heading in the right direction? What are the other challenges that might exist? So members of the advisory team were our leaders of the Office of Multilingual Learning, Specialized Services, Human Resources, SPFE, Office of Teaching and Learning, Early Learning, Division of Schools. All were regularly meeting as well, kind of reviewing what the advisory team was working on, bringing up new concerns and bringing in perspectives from other online learning and experiences they might have been part of. And then there was a design team. The design team was really a subgroup of the advisory team, and they did a lot of the research, interviews, conversations with stakeholders, and they were a 10-team member of teachers and district staff that kind of really honed in on some of the details of the application and design process. And we used a design thinking process that was grounded in empathy, interviews, and curiosity on identifying unmet needs, and then figure out how we can design to meet those unmet needs. They used the kind of graphic and came up with a graphic that you see on the screen, that the blue area really represents kind of the founding framework they're working off of based upon what they learned from the conversations they had. And that framework is around personalized learning, project-based, and you can read the inner circle of that. And the design thinking was kind of how the development ideas came through. And what the group landed on is that framework and the concept of starting 9th through 11th the first year, not having to focus on seniors, getting really grounded in good educational pedagogy and practices and systems, then adding and growing the 12th grade the following year. So that's been the approach along the way, starting since last January through the summer and up until this point. And those groups are continuing to meet and work. And as an example on the next slide are a few of the comments that were given to us by teachers, administrators, and students, as well as district staff. And it's been valuable to look at the distance learning 1.0 feedback, but that was distance learning 1.0. It's been valuable to look at SPPS Achieves and look at what families and community members are wanting for learning. And then we needed to kind of reach out to get a more current set of information. So we've been doing empathy interviews with students and focus groups, and we've been asking them a number of questions, but we've been asking them what works and doesn't work in education for them broadly, not just on distance learning, but even back when they were in person, brick and mortar. You know, what experiences were positive, what were challenging, what were some themes that you may need to make school, just generally school, more effective? Because the online school is not a COVID related school. Kids will be able to come on site. Kids will go on field trips. It is an online school that is designed to do various different pieces. And so some of the comments you can see here are just really emphasizing that some things need to be different, and online offers a way to address some of the needs that kids might have. It was really great to hear these stories, just really impressive, all the conversations that were had, and to hear the staff members talk about their conversations with students and such. It was just a great experience for everybody. So the last slide then gets into the next steps. In order to follow the statute and be able to offer a comprehensive online school in the fall and offer that flexibility of supplemental coursework, we are going to need approval from the school board. That is one part of the application process. And by approving this, and this is something you'll do on January 25th, we aren't doing that tonight, but what you're going to be approving is to have a separate entity, an online school, and to have the supplemental work going on. And that supplemental piece is also important because last year we had to wait until June or July to find out that there was a waiver for us to offer distance learning. We were kind of in a scramble mode in May and June trying to work with the state to figure out, can we offer online learning without being an approved provider and so on and so forth? This would negate having to worry about any of that. We'd be fully in control of our online learning environments without waiting for a governor or Minnesota Department of Education waiver or executive order. So as part of the process for MDE, we need to officially offer and submit an application online. So next Monday, you're going to be asked to approve a resolution to apply for an online school, a school that's able to be opened in 2021-22 school year for students grade 9 through 11. And the application will also allow SPPS to offer supplemental online education. It will also provide more flexibility to address online learning no matter what environment we're in for COVID-19. Also, with the approval of the resolution, you're going to define the geographic standards for accepting applications. So as a state-approved online school, we could technically accept applications from any student across the state. And at some point, that might be something that St. Paul wants to look at. But right now, we want to define our boundaries as the ISD 625 district boundaries and the adjoining school districts. And that allows us to provide uninterrupted education to students who might start out in St. Paul Public Schools and move to one of our neighboring districts. We don't want that online experience to be interrupted. So we're going to be discussing or having you look at a resolution that would define the boundary there. And again, by state statute, we can define that enrollment area. That broadly covers kind of the process of how we got to where we're at with online schooling, the different buckets of online schooling, and what we're going to be headed towards next week with the look at the resolution and our approval of the board there. And at this point, I'd like to move to the last slide and thank you and take questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'll open up for questions from board members and begin with Director Broderick.
I have no questions.
Director Vu?
I did have questions. I'm just curious about the cost of this to the district. That's one question. I'm curious about, I'm curious whether we're going to run into the same problems we have with distance learning that we are running with online learning. And that is that we don't know how the home learning environment looks like for each student. And that could be a case of inequity. I mean, to address that, are we going to, for example, make periodic home visits? Or are we going to require the students to come to a building? I just have a lot of questions around that at this point. And in addition to that, final question is, how does this impact enrollment? I mean, is this going to improve our enrollment? I'm just curious on that matter. So three different sets of questions.
Yeah, through the chair, Director Vu, thank you for the questions. On the cost, we're still in our budget cycle. So there's always a cost to opening up a new school. We know that. We also know that given the number of students we have, there's an FTE staffing that's needed that would not be needed elsewhere. And if it's new students coming into the district, it would be growing that staffing, as you kind of mentioned, with what impacts there are to enrollment. So it'd be shifting enrollment within the district and hopefully retaining students who might be looking for online options outside the district. So the budgeting is a little interesting there because we're kind of looking at, funding based upon new kids coming in, retaining current students, and current students moving to this option. So the budgeting will still be worked out as we kind of look ahead to that. Naturally, there are some costs, but the part of it is fulfilling that need of the community, what the opportunity provides, and be able to support the families for what they're asking for. In terms of the problems that we've had with cognitivity and student success, one of the pieces that we have to recognize that we're in distance learning, and most of us didn't choose to be in distance learning. This is something that's been put on our plate in response to a global pandemic. And with most online schools, when you look at how they're communicated, marketed, it's very clear on what you will get and what you won't get. Right now, we have to try to provide everything to all of our students in distance learning because that's the primary modality that they're learning in. But when we're clear about what it means to be enrolled in an online school that you choose, I see a variety of different statements in online school material where, in talking to folks who have done this, is what is the level of support at the home or outside of the school district for a student to be successful in an online school? And that's part of the reason for starting with the high schoolers, because high schoolers generally, you see about an hour or so of direct parent, family, mentor type support outside of school. And I've seen some places that if it's an elementary school student, the expectation that there is somebody at home that is able to provide support for the student 5 to 6 hours a day, essentially being a teacher at home. And that's where those challenges come in, is how much time does an adult or a responsible mentor have with the student to be successful? And we want to set that up and be clear that if you're choosing this, you're making a commitment that these resources are there for the student. Now, we're going to provide certain amount of resources from the schools with counseling and family liaisons and things like this. And even the state has looked at that in terms of what they call navigators and having staff, funding for staff to help kids in distance learning, make sure they're connected and that families are getting the help they need. But we need to be clear and articulate with what we are offering and what we're not offering. And then families can choose to join the online school for those reasons. And then finally, when the impact of enrollment, as I said before, there's kind of 3 dimensions there of some students might want to slide over to the online school because it's going to help them meet their learning goals and career goals. Other students might have left for online learning and can stay with St. Paul Public Schools, and other students might be coming in from outside or recapturing some of our students because of that opportunity to stay with St. Paul Public Schools. I hope that addresses your 3 questions, Director Vu.
It does, Hans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Director Allen.
I don't have any questions now. Thank you.
Director Kopp.
Thank you for the presentation. I think this is pretty exciting. I'm wondering if there are models either within the state or across the country, like districts that have kind of moved into this area that we might be able to look at to kind of understand what it looks like?
Yeah, we've looked at models in various states and across the state. What's interesting in the state is that a number of the larger organizations are state-approved online schools. So it's not always most amicable to have direct conversations because there's some competition there. But there is a cohort or a consortium of online providers that the state helps provide support to, and there's sharing of information. It's very helpful there. We also have states like Florida. Florida requires every graduate to take at least one online school, one online class. And Florida's been in the business of doing online education from a statewide system. They have like 100,000 students or more enrolled in online school in the state of Florida. So it's a whole different ballgame there. Our largest online provider in Minnesota has about 3,500 students, and that was a year ago. We don't have the data necessarily yet this year on what that enrollment looks like. So, there's scales of that. But yeah, we're definitely learning from others. We don't need to recreate the wheel in all cases. And other times, we think we do. Some of the challenges that we see out there with attendance rates and graduation rates, if we want to do different, be different, and meet the needs of our students, we really have to be intentional with what we're offering. So we can make sure kids are successful, and it's not just something kids are running away from their brick and mortar school to the online school, but they're running to it for a particular reason. And that's kind of what the design thinking process has been about for the team to figure out what it really will serve our community well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it'll be interesting just because we've been in this distance learning model to learn from students what is working well for them and from educators who have had success and being able to incorporate that to make it something that's truly unique and responsive to the needs of St. Paul. And I guess I'm imagining this like when we're thinking of in the future when this is set up, it's almost like becomes like when you get your course catalog or it's like it becomes like it's a thing you choose. You read through it and you say, oh, that's cool. That fits my schedule. That fits my learning style. So I'm excited for us to be a part of this, considering everything we've learned. And I also think it's very cool that we were thinking of this before we were even kind of required to do it. It shows some great forethought and some good foundational planning. So thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Director Ellis?
I have a couple of questions. So you said it needs to be state approved, and how many hoops is that to jump through? What exactly does that entail? And then sort of thinking about the cost, as Vice Chair Vu mentioned, is the cost including devices? And will they continue to be iPads that we use?
Through the chair, Director Ellis, thank you very much for those questions. So first on the what does it mean to become state approved? So there is an application process, which it's not a standard like one sheet of paper you fill it out and hand it in. There's an application with a long narrative, and that narrative goes through what's the leadership structure, how you're supporting students, what's the curriculum look like, so on and so forth. And we've worked with the entities across the district here to review that and complete that. And then what we'll do is upon approval to submit that, we submit that to the state. It takes about 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get a response back. We may have to do some edits and revisions and then send it back, but that process kind of goes through and the application gets approved that way. So it's completing that narrative, and think about it. A school that wants to start an online school out of the blue would have a lot of work to do to develop their governance model and all these types of things. We have those structures here, and we're adapting them for the online school scenario, and we're able to build a lot off of what we've done in the last 10 months here. In terms of the costs and devices, so I kind of explained the cost a little bit about how enrollment will affect that and move ahead. In terms of devices, the primary tool is an iPad, but we recognize that if you're from some feedback, we're solidly in online learning and we want to really support those career pathways, there may be some students who will need a device because they're going into more of a technology pathway or an engineering pathway where they need to do specific engineering software or computer programming where they're going to need a laptop or something like this. So we're looking at what the options are for kind of a choice-based program for what the instructional tool would be. We've had quite a bit of success using the iPad. We understand though that there's a need, possible need for having laptops as well.
And then you just mentioned adjoining districts and defining boundaries and enrollment areas.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify a little bit about what exactly that means and how we get to determine that?
Yeah, so state statute allows you to define and restrict the enrollment area. And part of that is some online programs are set up to service, you know, Hibbing and Worthington and all across the state. And that creates, you can imagine having to make sure we cover all the bases for what a student might need and supporting them from that distance. What we want to do is, again, create a high quality program, minimize the challenges we might have. So starting by keeping our students local really helps us do that. And, you know, we could have started just with the St. Paul Public School District boundaries and worked with the kids that live within our boundaries. We thought about that and thought, you know, there are kids, plenty of our kids who have high mobility. That'd be great if they started out in St. Paul schools and moved to an adjoining district, they could continue to be enrolled into St. Paul Public Schools. Extending much further out in terms of districts creates other challenges to support them technologically, counseling, social emotional learning, IEP services, MLL and things like this, that we just want to make sure we get a handle on those things starting out. So that's the impact that we want to really look at initially.
Thank you. It's good information. I'm excited.
Thank you. Thank you.
See, Member Ali, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just, I can't tell you how far back because this isn't new coming to us. You know, half of us that are on the board, when we as a board started talking about where we've got kids leaving the district. Can we survey those folks and figure out why folks are leaving the district? There was a good portion going to online. So I do want to, and correct me if I'm wrong, no, this isn't something new that the district's been working on, but there's been a lot of behind the scenes work happening to get to this point. And so thank you for the presentation and the work.
You're welcome. Thank you for the time.
Superintendent Gothard, any closing remarks?
Thank you, Chair Foster. Thank you, Executive Director Otto. Just want to remind and let the community know that we did begin this discussion far in advance of a pandemic. Yeah. We really did. We reorganized our departments and, you know, really started digging into this work. And I think in many ways we were able to pivot into distance learning and at least get that structure set up to do it so well because we were already thinking that way. One important thing I want to point out to everyone, you know, the idea of creating a community, to me, it doesn't have to be online or an SPPS. To me, I see this being part of a larger community and how we can serve our students. And here's what I base that on. One, I've spent a lot of time in our community and understanding what are the events and activities and partnerships that our students are involved in that are really have a high engagement level. Students love being there. They are gaining real world skills. Sometimes they're getting paid or getting college credit. They're landing really great opportunities for themselves, you know, both current and in the future. And I thought one of the limiting factors in those opportunities is that many of them are all after school at the same time, at the same company. So it becomes very competitive. In a sense, introducing some online activity could potentially open up some freedom and flexibility for a young person's day and what a day looks like. It could forge the new way that we partner with a business to say, you know what, we've got additional time slots than after school for our students to be placed at your business, applying their skills. Students could still stay on track by doing online learning, as an example, and they can do that anytime in many cases. So to me, this is looking for the future is far more than an online school opportunity. It truly is, how do we want to redefine the community that we define for learning for our students? And I think there's some really exciting opportunities for us. So I just wanted to mention that to you, that this isn't a all online. And to me, this fits the larger possibility for us to serve our students in a way that clearly they're sharing with us. You know, that there are some opportunities for them that they may seek elsewhere. I want to be able for us to be innovative and relevant to what their needs are. And I want to partner with our community and our community organizations in new and different ways as well. So I just wanted to share that with you, that I'm excited for this opportunity. And to some of your questions about budget and number of students, these are things that, though we set policies, we also control that. So if we want to be an online school of 10,000, you know, we could try to do that. But if we want to control it to whatever number we want based on, you know, the many considerations we've heard tonight, we can do that. And you have the ability to do that as well by your decisions now and in the future.
Thank you. Next is the Envision SPPS update, and I'll turn it back to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Another continuing conversation that had to take a brief hiatus with our forced into pandemic response, but I want to provide Chief Turner and to share our ongoing progress report on Envision SPPS. And again, what we just described, online school, and what I just described, a larger vision, it fits precisely into this conversation as well. So, you know, a lot of times we have these individual conversations about things that we were excited about or want to work on in the district. Envision SPPS gives us a chance to create a strategy for how to implement these programs. So we take away that competition and we can create some really deep, relevant, and practices that are sustainable. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Turner.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Chair Foster, members of the board, and SEED Member Ali, I come before you tonight with really an update. There's no action before you tonight with this presentation, but rather than to talk about and discuss and share what we've been doing over the last year with Envision SPPS. It's been about a year. We came to the board last winter in March of 20 with a presentation and really an ask to start this work. So I would like to take some time and provide the board what's been going on and happening. Just as a reminder, keep in mind that the Envision SPPS is actually a data-driven process that we created to align our programs with school facilities. We wanted to make sure that we are providing viable options for all of our families and that we are doing this with a data lens. Next slide, please, Sarah. So this evening, I will walk you through a timeline. We have made some modifications to that particular timeline, go over the purpose statement again, because we have made some changes there. But there was some comments last time on the decision-making process, and we have made some modifications there, so I think the board will be pleased with those. We've set up a number of work groups, and they have started their work. They're on their way, and just review what those work groups are and the progress they've made, and talk a little bit about some of the external internal influences that have happened over the year, and just leave you with the next steps so that we can continue on with this work. Next slide, Sarah. Our original timeline actually had us phasing in, beginning the adjustments or repurposes or whatever we were going to potentially begin doing in actually the fall of 21. So this coming fall. And we would completely be done with the program Envision SPPS by fall of 23. We have adjusted that a whole year to allow for the COVID work that has taken place, to allow for some of the things that have come in prioritized because of COVID. And then we just felt as a team that we needed to take this time and focus. It was unrealistic to think that we could continue with an aggressive timeline, do this work with diligence and the strategy that we needed to take place, knowing that we really had our eyes on COVID and had to adjust an entire district on a dime. And so we have, our next slide, we have adjusted our timeline to extend out through 23-24, with really this year continuing to fact find, look at our qualitative data. Again, I want to remind you, we are building this foundation off of data and years of data that we have, and we'll continue to get more data and information in. So we will continue to look at our data, review reports, both that's quantitative data as well as quantitative data, to make decisions and recommendations. We will address some high priority findings that may come up. The presentation that Executive just did was an example of a high priority finding. We may find ourselves in a situation that we may need to open a program, close a program, modify a program because of the immediate need. In this case, that if the board's decision is to go with a recommendation, if the administration makes a recommendation around opening an online school and the board were decided to take action on it, of course that would align with Envision SPPS, and that would be an example of a high priority finding, something that we don't feel like we can wait until fall of 23 or fall of 24 to actually implement. We'll continue to look at our surveys and engage in focus groups, our work groups. So that's the work that will continue throughout this year and into fall of 21-22 school year. We will continue phasing in any of the recommendations or programs that we can decide to make modifications to. And then by the fall of 24, we anticipate to be completely done with the program implementing Envision SPPS. There may still be some grandfathering things lingering on, but the actual work would be done. We would just be in full implementation at that time. Sarah, next slide, please. We wanted to just remind you what our statement of purpose is, and it is to align district resources, program, and schools, and we want to make sure that our families have viable options. There were two things that we wanted to point out and that was brought to our attention as we did this work and engage our stakeholders, is that they felt like equitable was missing. When we just said access, what kind of access? We want to make sure that students have equitable access throughout the district, whether that's be if you live on the east side, the west side, whether if you live in the Como neighborhood, a Highland neighborhood, doesn't matter. You should have equitable access to our viable programs. The other thing that we had failed to initially do is define viable. What does viable mean? So we have modified and added a definition to viable, and we're defining that as academically well-rounded, cost-effective, and programs that are in demand. And of course, those programs should also align with our post-secondary options and our employment opportunities. That in other words, we shouldn't be, a program is not viable if families aren't choosing it, if it's extremely costly to operate and run, and in this example, if it feeds into a program that no longer there's a need for. Because our employment opportunities or our marketplace doesn't state that that's the type of program that families are wanting or that the industry is going to need in 10 or 15 years. So the two things to point out there, the change within the plan is that we've added equitable to the definition and we've defined viable. Sarah, next slide, please. I'm excited to report that Envision SPPS is officially part of the strategic plan. We are actually embedded into strategic focus area 4 under program evaluation and resource allocation. So with the strategic plan, you might remember all the other objectives, initiatives, and strategies under that work. There's a need to have a actual plan of how you're going to carry out and meet your part of the strategic plan. So within that, we did devise 4 strategies that we hope to accomplish. If we meet those strategies, we will meet our goal by ensuring that all families have equitable access to viable programs. So we did work as a team and make sure that our strategies are, we want to make sure that we are merging or repurposing underutilized buildings and that we are using our buildings efficiently. We're going to continue to really want to try to maintain capacity within buildings, but may need to make some modifications and changes. Align our efforts with that they're culturally relevant. make sure again that we have equitable and viable, cost-effective programs really for the long term, that we're not creating something that in 4 or 5 years, 8 years is not going to be sustainable, that we're making solutions that are sustainable and that will be here for 20, 30 years to come. And finally, it would be remiss if we didn't take some time within the Envision SPPS and understand what COVID will do to future market demand and choice. We just heard the information from Executive Director Ott, and as a school district, if we're not ready and able to react to our marketplace, to a whole group now of families and communities who have touched digital learning, and some actually are enjoying the opportunity to be able to learn at their own pace. They're enjoying the opportunity to be multitask oriented, do multiple things during the day as while they're going to school. You heard the need for some of our students are working, helping to take care of their students, and that is not going to go away. So as a district, we feel that we need to always be in a place that we can help support program growth or program constraints if that needs to be. So really taking a look at all of our work and making sure that COVID is incorporated into that, and that we understand, again, the marketplace, what it would be. Next slide, please, Sarah. So this was the original organizational chart that we showed. Several board members had comments that this seemed very top-heavy, top-down heavy, that there wasn't a lot of opportunity for input from stakeholders, from line staff, and it seemed very, you said change it. Bottom line, the board members requested that we change and we come back with a different model. And Sarah, next slide, please. And the team got together. We believe this might describe really what the board was asking for. It's not really a top-down, but more it's a bottom-up approach, in where information is actually coming from different parts of our organization, our community, that it's really an iterative process. It's dynamic in nature, meaning that we will make decisions and recommendations as they come. It's not necessarily what the superintendent has asked for, what the board is actually looking at, what our data says, what stakeholders are providing input on. Keeping in mind that the steering committee will always continue to be the board, meaning that they will be the governance body of this work. Our superintendent will continue to be the executive sponsor, meaning that he will carry this water. I, as a project manager, will manage the project, or sponsor the project, I'm sorry, as a project sponsor, will sponsor this project, meaning to really kind of coordinate the work under here. But we have many of other people who are actually part of our team. The core team is really that working team that's providing the day in and day out look with the data and really formulating some of the recommendations that will come through. And then we continue to have our planning working groups. You'll see in the slide to come how those have progressed over the time period. Our advisory group continues to be our senior leadership, and the stakeholders are involved. And I don't want the board or the community to think of our stakeholders as a one point in time where we are bringing hundreds of people together, whether via Zoom or via a auditorium, and we're going around with stickies asking, do you want this or do you want that? It's really more of a dynamic process where we're receiving information continuously. The information that we receive, for instance, on the survey this year about what families like about and what they would like to see within our digital learning program, how families feel about going in bricks and mortar. All of that data we are saving and using throughout this entire process. That will continue to inform us. We're going to involve some stakeholders along our continuum of engagement or feedback and participation, and we're going to consult with some others. We may have focus groups, and then finally we'll really look at collaborating. With that collaborating, as long you all have learned that that's really rolling up your sleeves and where everyone has kind of equal play at this. So all along throughout the Envision SPPS program, we will continue to use our IAP2 model. which is what St. Paul has built its engagement and public participation foundation on. Sarah, next slide, please. When we initially started Envision, we had started with just a few working groups. You might remember there was 2 or 3. We moved to a level of 12 planning work groups and have settled on 11 because we actually have combined a couple. But I just want to take a couple minutes and have you look through and see just how comprehensive this work will be, and really where we're getting engagement and touch points from all these different work groups. Each work group has a minimum of anywhere between 4 and 5 people, and the largest work group might have somewhere between 12 and 15, maybe upwards near to 20. We're really trying to make sure that our work groups are effective. So we're being mindful of the size. The work groups combine both staff, community partners, parents, some students. So every work group looks a little differently and their makeup looks a little differently. They're really dependent on the work. The work group that we did combine that got us to 11 instead of 12, we actually combined the personalized learning along with the college and career paths. As we looked at the work that they were doing, they really mirrored one another. And so we actually combined those 2 work groups into college and career paths. Dr. Laura Erickson is leading our group around early childhood, where she's really bringing together the early childhood community and looking at data and what is the early childhood going to mean in 3 to 5 years from now. What resources will we need? What will our buildings have to look like? And how will we be able to partner with the state as well as our private sector around that, Head Start and others. Overall, you might remember Director Williams was one of the very first to start our work group under enrollment, and that work had been going on for about 18 months. Her team has come really kind of to the end of their initial work or initial phase because they had really been looking at changing the choice system and getting input from those parents. Director Perrin is continuing to lead the facilities utilization group, where we're really looking at our buildings and how we utilize them, how much square footage we're going to need for X program. Do we have any underutilized buildings? Do we have any buildings where parents want to go, but we really just don't have the space, right, the way that's set up to allow for additional choice into those particular programs. Dr. Obama is leading the language immersion. We have a lot of interest in immersions, but then as we look at some of our other immersions, enrollment is going down. So really, what is it that our community is saying about immersion? Do they want dual immersion? Do they want one-way immersion? And how do we incorporate that into our planning? Sherry Carlson is leading integration, which is going to be extremely exciting. That's really going to be a look at our whole accountability arm of how well are we integrating our schools district. And when we get done with this, with Envision SPPS, when we get to that fully implemented space, we really should have our schools should be as integrated as they are now or more. We certainly shouldn't get to a place where we are segregating students. And so she will be leading a group of people to really hold us accountable to make sure, working closely with some of our partners on that in the community. One of the main being the NAACP has signed on and agreed to be an official member of that group to help us stay accountable to our integration efforts. The middle school model is being led by Amanda Gundel. That work there is really to making sure that our middle school platform is maintained, our middle school model is maintained as we consider Envision SPPS. Assistant Superintendent Collins and Director Williams is leading the Montessori Pathway. That group really had a really great start, primarily all parents in that group, and they did a lot of work. We slowed down during COVID, but we are meeting again with those parents so we can get started back up with that work. And Marcy Dowd is leading the special education group with special ed, as you will see all along the way, has really had their hands in a lot of it going on with COVID. And Marcy has still been able to maintain and get her group started, even though it's been extremely time consuming with COVID, getting things off. We have Mr. Alessina, who is leading our TDAS, what we call Talent Development and Acceleration, doing the work around Capitol Hill, and really trying to look to expand. And should all schools have some form of gifted and talented, or are we going to continue as a model where resources are primarily at 1 or 2 schools in the district? And then Craig Anderson is rounding things out as we look at a well-rounded education and what does it really mean to have a well-rounded education. So all that work is happening and will continue to happen. Next slide, please, within our work groups. Just to show you a picture of the work and to show you that it has been continuing. We're at different places on this continuum of the work. And if we were all green and planning would be wrapped up, we should be bringing forth to you a preliminary report, and we're not ready for that. And it's primarily because of COVID. We have had to slow down and put our attention there. Although if everything was orange and we were all in the pre-planning stage, you should be questioning, what am I doing as a sponsor? That I'm not doing my job as a sponsor of this project because I'm not able to lead this work effectively. So we're really at different places in this work, and that's what you would want to see with the groups. There are so many of us doing this work. As we get towards our goal is to have a preliminary report that would incorporate COVID, that would incorporate all of the 12 work groups' data and information and reports that we will then carry up to a pre-report, if you will, that then will lead on to a leadership team and make sure that we are aligning it with SPPS achieves, then which the final is a final report that we will present to the superintendent so that he can review, meet again with his executive team, again with the board to make final recommendations for how we begin to down our timeline. Sarah, next slide, please. Again, I want to alert the board, there will continue to be external and internal things are going to happen over this year and into next year that we're going to have to make some adjustments. We are not doing Envision SPPS in a bottle. We're not isolating ourselves from around the world or even internally. So there will be things that will continue to happen. One big external factor that I want to bring the board's attention to is a Cruz-Guzman settlement that will be coming before the legislature this spring. If you can go back, Sarah. This spring, that will have huge implications on Envision SPPS. We may have a jurisdiction external of us really telling us what we need to do. And if that's the case around school choice, around our marketplace, then we will have to make those adjustments within our plan. We will continue to have a demand around online school and programming. You saw that this evening with the introduction of us bringing forth the application. So there will be contractual agreements that we have not yet signed or have not negotiated. They may have an influence or impact on Envision SPPS. So a budget, of course, budget is always there, lingering with us. So we may see after COVID, a demand go way up or way down in a particular area, a particular school. So all of these things, I want to alert the board that we will both continue to have things that will impact our decisions and impact our work. And then finally on to kind of, Sarah, next slide, please, on to next steps and where we'll be going over the next couple of months. We will be before you in the next couple of months with a 5-year capital plan. Some of you have asked, well, are you being strategic in how we're using our resources? Are we putting resources in schools that we think we may have to change or modify or do something to the building? And the answer to their question is yes, we are. And the board will see that within the next couple of months. We plan to bring forth to you in the March school board meeting an actual 5-year capital plan. Director Parent and his team and I will bring that forth to you. We will continue to show you within that plan how we plan to use both capital funding, certificates of participation, bond funding, and how it does align and how we're collaborating and working together and align with the Envision SPPS plan. We will continue to need to spend resources and use our deferred maintenance, our long-term facilities maintenance money to make sure that we're investing in our properties, regardless if a program may be expanding or maybe contracting or maybe repurposed. We believe that the buildings that we have at this particular point, we don't have any plans to dispose of. And so therefore we want to make sure that we are maintaining our buildings, that we are keeping them, the roofs up to date, windows up to date, our infrastructure. So we will have to continue to use our maintenance money and deferred maintenance money to maintain our buildings. We also want to, we're going to be bringing forth, Chief Schroll will bringing forth the district budget that will have an impact again on Envision SPPS. Finally, again, the update on the Cruz Guzman settlement will be happening yet this spring. We will bring forth you what the tenets of that are, or the agreements around that, or what the settlement offer is, so that we make sure the board is up to date. And lastly, I'd like to come back again in early summer with another Envision SPPS update. So our goal was to keep the board updated at least quarterly along the way of what was going on with Envision SPPS. And Sarah actually thinks that is my last slide. And Chair Foster, I would be happy to entertain any questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. Next, I'll open up for questions or comments from the board members, beginning with Director Roderick.
I was having a little trouble unmuting. I'm very sorry. Could we go back about 4 or 5 slides to that kind of complex schematic with the development on one side, I think, and executive on the other? Have you got an idea of the one I want?
I think you're talking
the
about
one just before you had the planning workshops set up.
I think it was the org chart, the new org chart, Director Roderick.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm having a little difficulty in terms of deciding how on the planning process side, where we have these very important people, where I think we're going to have a lot of stakeholder involvement, we hope. Core planning team and the planning work groups. I can't follow all these arrows, I'm sorry, but how do we get from that planning process where the stakeholders are really going to be involved over to the executive decisions? In other words, these people that are on that right-hand side of the schematic, as I'm looking at it, core planning team, planning work groups, how are they going to feel that they are actually giving input that is going to get directly to executive decisions? I know I said that in a long way, but I think you know what I'm getting at.
Through the chair and Director Broderick, good question. So the planning work groups are those 11 work groups that I put forth, where I shared, where Director Parent and Dr. Lori Erickson were leading. The work that those groups are leading actually will be the actual data and root of information that we're bringing forth. For instance, the work that Dr. Erickson is doing with the early childhood, she's actually working with members of the early child community, whether that be the private daycares. There's a statewide committee that was working on early childhood information. So all of that data is coming forth on Head Start. What are you doing? What does your data say about your facility needs? What does your data say about your enrollment numbers? What does your data say, or what does the state's data say about what is early childhood? Are we beginning to start at age 3? And do we need to have enough capacity with our system to now start taking 3-year-olds out? So all of that data, for instance, in that work group, Director Broderick is getting formulated. So their actual report that they do, they will see in the final report, because it will all come to a center for that planning group, will all come together, and their information, that's where we're generating our recommendation from. That core planning team, we are not generating our information on our own. We're generating information from and recommendations from the work groups. For instance, with the well-rounded, that team is really looking to see what information is needed to really make a program a well-rounded program? Do we, is a well-rounded program the arts, music, and having a science specialist? Is it gym? Is it having enrichment activities after school? We've surveyed, or we've reviewed reports, or we've talked to parents, or we've talked to principals, and this is what we found out. Their core planning team, we're bringing all that together, and we review all of that. Literally, that's where it's coming from. The Budget and Finance Committee that was put together about a year ago, a year and a half ago, that information is being used to formulate recommendations. So all of this work is getting used in a dynamic feature. So it's not going to just start today, Director Broderick, and then in a year be done, and we make a decision based on that. It's going to be involved in it all throughout. I think I've shared before, a lot of the information that we learned in the superintendent's search. We learned a lot from families about what they wanted to see in a school district. We asked them what they wanted to see in a superintendent, and they told us what they wanted to see in a school system. So that is very valuable data that we will be using to formulate. Again, through our budget process, we've learned a lot from parents about what they want to see in their schools. Does that help, Director Broderick? Or
well, could we go back to that organization chart slide again?
Let me maybe also Sarah. Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm, here we go. All right. And then I have a question on that slide, but I think what you said earlier is that the preceding slide was one, yes, that one is the one that I think more than one board member back in whenever that was, in February or March of 2020, the concern there was that this appeared to be somewhat top down. So therefore, this organization chart has been modified, correct, to the next one. Is that a fair?
That's an accurate statement.
That's an accurate statement. Okay. So therefore, on this one, my problem here is that I still don't see the arrows pointing from below up. And I don't really see any arrow that's connecting directly from the core planning team and the planning groups over to the project sponsor and the executive sponsor, which is the top administrators. So my question still remains, how can we assure that the people that are on the right-hand side of this chart, as I'm looking at it, can feel that they have got a direct pipeline to the people that they see as the, excuse this expression, because I'm going to include Board of Education there. They see them as the people that are going to make the final decision. So where's that arrow?
Thank you for that.
Okay.
So what I hear you saying, Director Broderick, is that maybe you need a little more help and others to understand that the final, where the buck stops, and that the board still will have a decision over any budgetary governance type of decisions that will impact Envision SPVS. And that will still happen, yes. We are still following all district policies around that. So if we open up a new school, if we close a school, if we adjust the budget along the way and that needs to be impacted or changed or modified with this, change a grade configuration, all of those changes require board governance and require board vote. And you don't see that there. So what I'd like to do is—
and if I might just interject for just a second, because I absolutely understand the concept of where the buck stops. And interestingly enough, in the three things on the left-hand side of the project sponsor, which is the chief operations officer, the executive sponsor, which is the superintendent of schools, and the steering committee, which is the Board of Education, absolutely, the buck stops with those three entities. My concern is that, particularly in the case of the Board of Ed, well, in the case of all three, the buck stops with us, but our decision needs to be based on what we found out from the other side of this chart, and particularly the bottom part of the chart that says stakeholders. So whereas we say the buck stops with us, we're going to have to make the decision, but I want to make a decision that is based on what we have heard from the stakeholders. And I can't quite follow it on this structure and planning process. And it may have something to do with my old eyes or my mind, but maybe I better stop talking and see if other people, other board members are a little bit concerned about the question that we asked at that meeting several months ago. That I think the crux of the questions were, how are we going to make sure that if we get people involved, they are going to feel like their input is, their time is worth it. And now I've talked for quite a while, so I better let other board members get an opportunity.
Director Broderick, I noted your concerns and we'll look to take those into account.
Director Wu?
I guess I have less of a question than I am just going to emphasize something that is on the plan. The bullet point where we identify COVID-19 will have long-lasting impact on traditional learning spaces and how this will inform how families will choose schools. Under the strategic focus area, objective 4, program evaluation and resource allocation. You know, in my understanding that this plan was crafted before COVID-19, and COVID-19 put a pause on this plan, and we're in the process of reevaluating this plan. It just sounds ambitious to figure out in this short term the long-lasting impact of COVID-19 and try to fit that into the plan going forward. So, you know, I just recommend that we move with caution, you know, depending on what we find with COVID-19 going forward with this plan. That's all I really want to say, because I just think COVID-19 hasn't even ended yet. So as we find out new things about how our families and students are learning in their learning spaces and what they've learned up to this point, I think this plan is probably going to change a lot. That's all I had to say.
Director Allen?
I don't really have any questions. I appreciate the adjustments that you made to incorporate community in. I understand that, you know, COVID-19 got in the way of some things. And I've been seeing you running around all over the place, Ms. Turner, getting things done, meeting after meeting, reporting back on to, you know, the work that you've been putting in. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate you still coming forward and informing us where we're at and what we can expect moving forward. So thank you.
Director Cobb?
I don't have any questions, but it feels like a long time ago, but I remember seeing this update either the first or second meeting last year at 360. It's maybe the last time we were all together there. And I just remember being really excited about the work. And when I look at the list of the kind of people who are running some of those work groups, those are some of my, Chief Turner included, like some of my favorite people in the district, some people I've known long before I was a school board member. And so it's really heartening to see that work moving ahead, even if we're, it's on a brief pause there. But I'm excited for the opportunity to talk with community about what we think we get to be as St. Paul Public Schools. And that's something after all this to look forward to. And thank you for all your hard work in this area and so many others.
Director Ellis?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Seat Member Ali.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I do have one question. Just want to, before I go on, just want to say great job to the team. Great presentation. Chief Turner for showing this us. But one question is for the language immersion work group. If this just continues on the immersion programs that the SPPS is offering now, or are there plans to add additional immersion, language immersion programs within SPPS?
Thank you for that, through the chair and Senior Bradley. Actually, very good question. Right now it does include just the programs that St. Paul does offer. Although how this is dynamic is that if that particular work group brings forth data that says, our particular immersion programs are X and we're losing enrollment, but we've noticed across the country or across the state that immersion program Y is really growing, they may bring forth data and findings that would suggest that we might need to look at that. So I'm not saying that that's the case, but that's kind of how the work groups work. So, but at this initial phase, they were asked to look at SPPS in immersion programs, our current programs.
Thank you. On that note, how can we as C work with that particular group to find that kind of data they need to encourage or show that within a particular language that our district is in, on the district's enrollment is declining, so maybe moving forward with an immersion program within that language could help sustain the enrollment that we currently have and grow that enrollment. How can C work with that particular group?
I will, through the chair and Stephen Raleigh, follow up with you, if that's okay, to see how we can incorporate that information and at least reach out. So if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, definitely.
And I would say thank you for the presentation. I do recall, it's a lot clearer now about, as Director Roger was talking about, how are we seeing that infusion and incorporation of folks. So it's we're seeing how everybody's touching and giving input to this. I would also say that I'm glad to see the direct ties now to the strategic plan and the work that's there as well. So again, it's a work evolved in process. So thank you for the hard work, and I assume we'll have more questions at the next checkpoint for this. Dr. Gothard, any closing remarks on this?
Yeah, just very quick. Thank you, Chief Turner, and the many others who contributed to the report. Director Broderick asked the question about slide 8 and the decision-making structure and planning process. And actually where we just got with C Member Ali bringing his concern, Chief Turner. So the way this would work is based on information we seek from the community. The core planning team and planning work groups take that into consideration. And by the time a recommendation or series of recommendations comes to Chief Turner as the project sponsor, the board is going to know, in looking at that information, what kind of engagement took place. Why are we doing this? What need is it fitting? What do communities think about it? So that would be one way where it comes directly from our stakeholders. The other way might be that we have some ideas and we want to take those ideas out to test them with our stakeholders, to gain further input, to get guidance from them, and to see if together we can formulate a really good proposal, again, for the core planning team to bring to the project sponsor for the board to consider. So I would see those as two of what might be other examples of how we will engage with stakeholders and what the Board of Education can expect to hear as a part of this process as we move on. We would never bring to you, a full recommendation saying this is what we want to do. There would be a process where you understand how we've engaged with stakeholders through the entire process. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Steve Member Ali. You kind of pushed me to better share with you how I would view this this structure.
And if I might just interject then, because I want to thank Superintendent Gothard for referencing me back to that slide, because I think maybe what I did do was look at it more as as being static. And what you're suggesting is that it is more fluid. And so that, and as these things occur, the dynamic of going to the stakeholders and then the fluidity of getting to the executive decision makers, we are going to be advised all along in terms of what's going on. So thank you much, because I think, quite honestly, Chief Turner, I think maybe sometimes when I look at these schematics or these kinds of org charts, I get overwhelmed, and then I think that it's just as I use the term, static rather than fluid. And so we got a lot of work to do, and we're going to work on it together. So thank you, Chief Turner, and thank you, Superintendent Gothard, and SEEB member Ali. Nice going. I'm done.
Dr. Gothard, can I move on?
Yes, please.
Okay. Next is the human resource transactions, and I'll turn it back to you, Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you. I thought you were going to jump right by it, Chair Foster. So Board of Education, I bring to you tonight our human resources transactions for the month of December for your approval.
I will move to approve the human resource transactions for the dates of December 1st through December 31st, 2020. Is there a second?
Second.
Ellis.
That motion was seconded by Director Allen and then Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
and Director Ellis.
Yes.
Next, I'd like to move to approve all items within the consent agenda with item D6, the MOA between SPPS and superintendency members pulled for separate consideration. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
Thank you. That motion is seconded by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb,
Yes.
and Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Broderick pulled item 6, so I will turn it over to him to ask the questions and provide comments, and then turn it over to the Superintendent Gothard to respond or have team respond to that. Director Broderick.
Thank you very much. Because this board did not have the opportunity to discuss this memorandum of agreement before it appeared on the consent agenda, I believe there are some questions that need to be asked and answered. And I have just 4. And I'll read all 4 of them, and then you can come back, and if you need help remembering which ones were which, I have them written down in front of me. Number 1, why isn't the superintendent one of the submitters of this memorandum of agreement? Number 2, what is the process for negotiating an agreement with the superintendency, and who participates? Number 3, by what criteria was a small group within a large superintendency selected for special treatment? And along with that, what exactly is salary compression? And then my last question would be, with all of our bargaining units during this last cycle, this board frugally, and I might say courageously, and in support of the superintendent, held the line at 1.5 and 2. Most of our rank and file employees responded in good faith. So my question is, will this agreement betray that good faith? And in the process, might it poison the well of good trust in our future negotiations? So those are my 4 questions, and if you need any of them repeated, I'll certainly do that.
Thank you very much, Director Broderick. If I could just make a comment before introducing Executive Director McCarty to share with you and present on the superintendency. You're right, I did come to SPPS and share with you what seems like forever ago, but 3.5 years ago, my desire for us to create a set of guiding values and guiding principles that would help us through contract negotiations. As you all know, the community may not, we have more than 20 individual bargaining groups, and I very much wanted us to have a process by which we could be guided in doing that work. And for the very reason that we wanted to set realistic parameters that we could budget for both contract years, and that we could have for when we approached and presented to those groups what our realities were. And you're right, we have held very tightly on those parameters, and at times, as you know, it's become acrimonious with some groups, and others it's gone just fine. But that is the process that's defined. This is a little bit different than that in terms of the superintendency, and I'd like Executive Director McCarty to share with you just in terms of the makeup of this group and a little bit of the history there. But I definitely want to have Executive Director McCarty be able to respond to your questions and any others that you have.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent Gothard, members of the board, Member Ali. Thank you, Director Broderick, for your questions. This evening, I'm also going to have Assistant Director Jim Vollmer come to the screen with me just to provide some background and some clarification for you. So in terms of offering this proposal, this is not necessarily negotiations. I'm going to perhaps answer both 1 and 2 for you right now. Not a sense of negotiations, because this is one of the only groups that is not governed by a bargaining unit. So we do have a contract that we work under this particular group, but they do not have negotiations in the same sense as some of our other bargaining groups have. So what happens and what has typically happened is this group will provide a proposal, and as a matter of process, the superintendency group always goes after our largest bargaining group, typically our teachers and our principals if they are negotiating that year. So part of what we do is the district will bring forth the proposal for the superintendency contract. And this year, this go round, I should say this bargaining round, it was important that this group maintained and remained within the 1.5% and 2% parameters that the board set. So that's an answer to your questions 1 and 2, being brief. For item 3, I'll bring Jim Vollmer to the screen to talk a little bit about salary compression. There is one particular group that we are looking at, and that group happens to contain assistant superintendents. And there is a tie to one of the contracts that was negotiated as well as settled by the principals. And the reason why we're looking at that particular group to look at a salary range change. The salary range is not necessarily part of the 1.5 and 2. It is just adjusting the salary range, and it's not intended to provide an increase within pay with this proposal. So I will bring
could we go back to 1 and 2 for just a second before we bring on Mr. Vollmer? My question number 1 is pretty straightforward. Since the superintendent, since everyone in the superintendency works for the most part at the pleasure of the superintendent, why isn't the superintendent one of the submitters of this memorandum of agreement, and how much was he involved in the negotiations? And I hesitate, I can't think of a different word to use other than negotiations, because we're still talking about coming up with a contract for these people that work in the superintendency. So whether it's called negotiations or whatever, how do we create these contracts? How do we evaluate these employees And how does this process really work? And when you said the group, meaning I guess the superintendency, the group comes up with a proposal. There are 26 people in the group, and there's quite a range of job titles and responsibilities, and for that matter, quite a range of salaries. So how do they, I don't quite understand how this process works. Could you describe the process a little bit more? And who was really involved in that process? Who sat down and hammered this thing out?
Through the chair, Director Broderick. So the historically, what happens with this particular group is, or with the superintendency, excuse me, is there is a contract that they work under, and part of what happens at this time is there is a proposal that is brought forth, and it's usually recommended by the human resources team, negotiators from human resources. If they look at the contract and in terms of this particular one, made recommendations based on previous years and previous contracts of where there needed to be perhaps a proposal. So for this particular one, it was looking at things such as the salary schedule and longevity. It was also looking at insurance benefits, and then providing the in the increases within the 1.5% and 2%. It's typically a recommendation that's provided to the superintendent, the chief of staff to review, and then it's brought forth to the board for approval.
Well, what kind of input do the 26 members of the superintendency have in coming up with this proposal?
There is a review of the proposal with them. It is not, there is not necessarily negotiations that take place where there are proposals brought forth by for instance, two parties to come to the table.
I'm afraid, and I don't want to prolong this for too much, but I don't quite get a very clear picture of how this process actually works and how members of the superintendency as individuals or as a group participate. And I'm still very, very puzzled that the immediate or the lead, the superintendent who leads the superintendency is not involved more directly, and that we have the chief of staff and the HR department, one of whom, of course, is a member of the superintendency. Who do they talk to? I just don't understand how this, and I wish that's the reason why I had a problem with it coming to us strictly from the consent agenda, because we didn't, as a board, have an opportunity to have this process explained to us. And quite frankly, right now, I still don't understand it very well. But that being said, I'm not clear about 1 and 2, but perhaps you want to move to 3 and 4 with Mr. Vollmer.
Assistant Director Vollmer, can you come to the screen just to talk through the salary compression of that particular group, please?
Certainly. Through the chair, Director Broderick. When we talk about salary compression, we talk about typically 2 different types of salary compression. One is a compression with other employees or job classifications within the district in comparison to another maybe bargaining unit or job classification that is out there. So typically we'll see this where there is a series for promotions in which an individual through their career may move from one job classification to a second job classification, and in so doing so may move even from one bargaining unit to another, or from one pay group to another, just as part of a promotional ladder. In this case, with our completion of negotiations with our principal group and the changes to the salary structure there, and the resulting changes to wages there, we do have currently some principals who are making as much and have the potential starting next school year to be making more than our assistant superintendents. And so as many of our principals continue to move through their steps and have their salary progression through their steps, there's going to be less and less of a difference between where our principals are and our assistant superintendents are, or other individuals within the superintendency plan. The other type of compression that you have is that there are no steps, as we might be familiar with them with, say, teachers, our clerks. There are no lanes, much like we would see with our teachers. So even if there's no opportunity there to move through a salary schedule. So with the range, what tends to happen is that as folks get a COLA each year, much like we've done with all the rest of our bargaining units, over time, depending on where you were placed within that range originally, you would eventually get to the top of that range. And as a result, you have nowhere to go. And so then even if there was a COLA that was applied, because the range has a fixed top, you would not be able to get a increase, even though others would be, because you've compressed up against the top of the range. And so in an effort to prevent that from happening, that top of the range and even sometimes the bottom of the range need to be increased in order to avoid that compression and allow for folks to be getting just even those normal yearly COLA increases that they might be eligible for. So we have two types of compression that we have to be taking into consideration. One is through that job career ladder compression that I spoke of at first. And secondly is the progression through the range, and as they get to the top in particular, compress up against that top and now have nowhere to go. So when we talk about compression, those are the two types of compressions that we're talking about. And with our assistant superintendents, in some cases, we're looking at both of those factors coming into play. And so in order to create sufficient space so that we don't have someone top out at a range, and to create sufficient space so that the career ladder can still be attractive and the recruitment process can still be attractive there, increasing that range gives us some flexibility in that.
Just one quick question on that. Are you suggesting that there's a problem that a long-time experienced principal in charge of one of our buildings, who maybe has 20 or 25 years service in the school district, and who is quite honestly at the front line in terms of his job, for her job, there's a problem that that person might be getting more money than one of our assistant superintendents? It seems to me that a comparison might be in the medical field, where a chief surgeon might be making more money than one of the administrators at the hospital. And no one seems to have a problem with that in the medical field. And I certainly do not have any problem with particular principals who have stayed with the district for many, many years and who are on the front line with our students in the buildings. If they happen to be making more money than an assistant superintendent, does that actually get in the way of that assistant superintendent doing their job? I don't see how that's possible.
Through the chair, Director Broderick, whether that's considered a problem or not, I think kind of falls into the eyes of the beholder a little bit. And if that, I think where the difficulty may come in is if you have that principal as that example, who now wants to move into that administrative position and potentially taking on a role that is broader with potentially different types of responsibilities. Would they accept that role when it's viewed as taking a promotion? So I think it's there's some philosophical questions there, and whether that's a problem or not, I really couldn't say. I think those are more philosophical in nature and probably open for some further discussion, perhaps at another venue.
Well, two things. Number one, this once again just reinforces that what I said, and that is I wish that we would have had an opportunity to talk about this before it appeared on the consent agenda. But in the consent agenda, it's the range increased by $5,000 is stated as a salary compression solution. So if we're looking at a solution to salary compression, then this must be a problem. So I think even though you don't like to use the word problem, it certainly is inferred in point 4 under pertinent facts that we have here an attempt at a salary compression solution. So if we're solving something, I think usually we solve problems. And I'm back to my same remark that I don't see a problem with a principal making more money than an assistant superintendent. And but maybe I'm in a minority in that point of view. But once again, if we'd had an opportunity to talk about this before it became on the consent agenda, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight, possibly.
Yeah, through the chair, Director Broderick, there are a few things that I just wanted to highlight and provide potentially some clarity to it. Before Executive Director McCarty came on board, I think it was Executive Director Kathy at the time, and from my understanding, during his tenure, this has come before the board as a concern concerning compression. I feel like we've been having some of these conversations over and over, and the concern was kind of what Assistant Director Vollmer brought up. And I know that you brought up around the concern of a problem, but it at least has been said to the board that we potentially saw it as a concern. And one of the concerns is the responsibility of the work, potentially making less pay, and would people want to be able to move into that role given that? So we're not necessarily saying that someone is better or less than because of the money. We're thinking more around just the role of the work and the responsibility of the work, and will we be able to still be able to have a good solid pipeline of people moving into those roles? There are a few other things. One is these are still within the guidelines of board parameters that were approved. This is not more than the 1.5% and 2% that was already budgeted for. So this is not in addition to. This is what has been agreed to by the board. And I also just want to highlight, because I think that potentially, and I don't think that Director Broderick, you are insinuating anything. I just want to make sure that it's clear to the staff of those that are part of superintendency that this conversation does not take away from the solid and just harrowing work that they've done since actually the beginning of last year. I think that we have really called upon superintendency staff members to work around the clock at times, to go from distance learning to plan for in-person, to work at night, to work on the weekends. And I think that I don't want it to be construed that they are not appreciated, that we don't appreciate all the work that they have been doing and will continually do. But I just want to really be able to highlight that there is nothing different from what we have agreed to with other bargaining units with this.
And I appreciate the fact that you have stated that you are certainly in the belief that I am not casting any insinuations about anybody's performance. My complaint is more in terms of the process in which, in the way that this was brought to us. However, when you say that we're staying within the parameters, I have a little bit of difficulty understanding that, because if we are indeed increasing the range of salaries at both ends, I can't understand, and if somebody maybe can explain this to me, how we can have someone that's occupying a spot somewhere in that range and not get a salary increase based on the fact that the range has changed, which would be money above and beyond the 1.5%, 2%. Could someone please explain that to me? Because that's one of the main reasons why I just struggled with this for the last, month and a half, because as you know, it was taken off the consent agenda last month.
Through the chair, I think I'd like to just start, and then I will definitely ask Executive Director McCarty and Assistant Director Vollmer to chime in. I think one of the potentially confusing things about this conversation is that when we talk about the range, I don't know if you remember, but there have been multiple times where we've had to come back before this board and ask for an increase in the range for those that are part of certain members are part of superintendency to be able to take advantage of an approved amount that the board has agreed to. If you don't necessarily, based on how our contract is set up right now, if you don't increase this range, there will be potentially opportunities. There may be potentially times when there is a board approved increase that members of the superintendency will not be able to take advantage of because those ranges were not increased. So there is no additional money outside of the 1.5% and the 2% that are going to members of the superintendency.
But if the range is increased, then the potential for someone to get a raise will now become a reality because of this proposal.
It is, if the range is increased, it is, you are correct in that there is an opportunity for someone to get a raise, but it is still within the parameters that the board has approved. And right now, those parameters are 1.5% and 2%. So nobody would be receiving anything outside of those parameters of 1.5% and 2%.
But at the time when a decision would be made, and I would assume it would be made by the superintendent, because these are the people that are employed at his will, then would he need to come in front of us for us to approve that raise in a person's salary for that person to make a change within the range? What I'm trying to say is that if we change the range, the salary range, what's the reason for changing the salary range if our motive is not to raise a salary? And so when's that going to happen?
I'll turn it over to HR. There will be an increase based on what you have agreed to at the beginning of this overall negotiation process, a 1.5% and 2%. So let's just make sure that we are clear on that. What we're asking for, though, is for those that are going to be able to take advantage of it. And so I think what we've done, there is a little bit of a nuance in this. One of the things that we've done in this is I think, continually keep coming back to you to ask for the increase so people can take advantage of the pay increase that you have said yes to. What we've allowed for, and Executive Director McCarty, please correct me on this, but what we've allowed for is that not this cycle, but actually the next cycle, right? If you were to increase again, and we're not saying that you will, we don't necessarily have to always keep coming back to you. It still stays within your parameters. And I think that is the confusing part. Nobody is taking more money from the superintendency outside of the 1.5% and the 2%. No one is taking more money outside of the 1.5% and the 2% that you have already agreed to at the beginning of this cycle.
Are they ever going to have the opportunity to move within the range?
I'll defer, through the chair, I'll defer to HR for that, Director Broderick.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, Director Roderick, yes, there is a potential, not within this negotiation cycle, but in future negotiation cycles, that they may have the opportunity to move up. So it would just be within whatever the parameters are, that they would be able to receive the increase up to the top of their range. So with us adding the 5,000 on the bottom and the top of the range, it does not change that this particular group in the small subsection is only getting a 1.5% and 2%, like the rest of the superintendency, as well as the rest of our bargaining units that have settled their contracts.
And Director Broderick, if I could just real quick, if I could just share, sorry to interrupt, that, you know, my direction based on the parameters that the board sets is in working with both HR and our budget and finance office that the 1.5% and 2% should be applied so that there's planning that's done that way. As we know, you don't set those parameters and have every contract agreed to on that day. You know how we do it in cycles and groups, and obviously it takes up to 2 years for some of those groups to get everything closed out. So those are the parameters that remain. And that is the directive of the team, and that's how this proposal is shaped. It's around the parameters.
But by changing the range, we will be giving members that are involved in this change, which is only, I understand, a small part of the entire superintendency. Those members will have the opportunity at some time to, and once again, I'm afraid I can't use any other word than negotiate, for them to individually negotiate that they are going to move within the range closer to a different place in the range. And once they've done that, then any 1.5% or 2%, or maybe someday in the future, 3 or 4%, if things get better, they're going to get more money.
Through the chair, Director Broderick, I think I'm beginning to kind of see maybe where you're coming from. No, so it is only within what is agreed to. So I think you said individually, could they negotiate after that to be able to kind of move in and out of within that range. And what we're saying is your ability as the board dictates what they do, even that small group, what they do. One of the things that we all agree to, because I think that this contract has been coming to you all for years, is it's different. And we've talked as a group with Dr. Gothard, and Dr. Gothard actually highlighted it to us that we need to make some changes because we would like for it to be a lot more streamlined. There are a lot of things that are not necessarily in this contract that are in other contracts. And I think it will be one of our proposals is to have this contract mirror and look a little bit more so like some of our other contracts, because how it has been structured for years is different.
All right, and I'm afraid at this late point of the evening, I may be repeating myself, but I'm just simply going to leave it with this statement, and that is, I cannot understand how we can increase the range of salaries and have people that are occupying places in that range not that it will not result in those people getting a raise in pay. And no matter how many times I say that to myself and I say that to you, I cannot get my mind around that. And so I'm simply going to have to accept the fact that I don't understand exactly what you're saying.
Director Broderick, if there were 10 employees and one of them was at the top of the range and it was approved at 1.5 and 2, and 9 of the individuals each got a 1.5 and 2% increase, but the person who was at the top of the range got 0 because they were at the top of the range. The only way that we could provide that person to receive their 1.5 and 2 would be to expand that range. So
or we could have simply said that we're going to hold that 1.5 and 2 sacred as we did. And in that agreement, we could give that person that was at the top 1.5 and 2. We could have done that. I don't see any reason why we could not have done that. And therefore, everyone would have been the same. The rank and file that in good faith accepted 1.5 and 2 would be in the same boat as the person who was at the top of the range and now accepted 1.5 and 2. So then it would be more egalitarian in terms of treating our lower paid employees, some of whom that we honored this morning, this afternoon, earlier this meeting, in terms of our recognition. This is simply baffling me. It's simply baffling me, and I think I better just stick with that term, that I am baffled.
Director Broderick, maybe other board members' questions might be helpful as well, but yeah.
And then my last question, number 4, has not been answered, and I will just listen to maybe a quick answer of that.
Director Broderick, through the chair, Director Broderick, if you could repeat question 4 for me again, please.
Okay. With all of our other bargaining units, this board frugally, and I said courageously, and in support of the superintendent, held the line at 1.5 and 2. Most of our rank and file employees responded in good faith. And my question then is, will this proposal betray that good faith, and not only betray that good faith that they exhibited during this last cycle, but will it indeed poison the process for our next cycle? Are we gonna hear about this?
Through the chair, Director Broderick, I would say that it would not poison anything. I think that we have done it in good faith. And the reason being is because we are all sticking to the 1.5 and 2%. So the rationale that anyone in superintendency is getting more than that compared to what someone got in another bargaining unit is just not true. The numbers don't bear out. The numbers aren't there. The superintendency is still getting, when you look at the percentage that has been budgeted for, the superintendency is sticking to 1.5 and 2%.
And I'm going to respect Chair Foster and stop and allow someone else to speak.
Director Vu.
All right. Thank you, Director Broderick, for answering or asking all those questions. And I heard from Chief Baker, heard from Kenyatta McCarty, heard from Jim Vollmer. I think I understand this process about the compression and the reason for the salary increase, and how, if we want to approve it, it could provide a barrier towards principal advancing into administration. How it could make that line of work less attractive if we don't vote on this. One of my problems with this is that it's highly formulaic. It's highly numbers driven. You know, at this point, maybe it's because I'm a new board member. At this point, I don't even know who all the superintendency is and what their roles are and what value they have to the district, especially towards our strategic plan. You know, so that's kind of the place where I'm coming from. You know, I'm coming from a place where, who are the members of the superintendency? What do they bring to the table? And yes, if we vote on this, those those formulas that you presented, they may hold true, right? But what I'm more concerned about is how do we hold the people in these positions accountable to the work that they're supposed to do? How do we measure? How do we measure how well they do based on our strategic plan? You know, what kind of return are we getting for this pay increase other than just a formulaic response to justify the fact that there could be some barriers in the future?
Through the chair, Director Vu, from me understanding your question, two things come to mind. First is there should be performance reviews going on with these members of superintendency. So, you know, that is one way of being able to do that, or just having conversations about progress, one-on-one, pretty consistent conversations about how things are going, checking in. But also the difference is about superintendency around any other bargaining unit is it's not a bargaining unit. They are technically considered more so at-will employees. So we don't have a steward. We don't have a grievance process. Technically, if I'm not doing my job, and hopefully Dr. Guthrie would let me know before tonight, but he could let me go tomorrow. So to me, that is the difference between superintendency and other bargaining units. There aren't these other types of mechanisms. We are more so considered more of at-will employees.
I hear that, I just want to say that it's important to show us, not just tell us. You know, so I was kind of expecting a presentation, you know, with some graphs and numbers and all that stuff, but I'm not getting that. I'm just getting a presentation. So that's kind of, you know, I don't want to take too long. I want the other board members to speak, but that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Director Allen?
I want to also thank Director Broderick for all of his questions. I learned a lot in that, but I also did have some concerns, and I'm coming from a place, let's be clear, I'm not talking about your work ethic or how I think you are as employees as I've gotten to know you over time. I'm really coming from a place of equity and not equality. And I'm saying that because there's a couple things that you guys are addressing that are, from a paraprofessional perspective, is pretty severe. I mean, when we talk about the cap out of a paraprofessional, it's at about $26, $27 an hour for EAs, and a little bit about round that part for TAs. And I know quite a few paraprofessionals that have been capped out for about 10 years and have been sitting at the same salary. They just don't get no raises. And it's an ongoing joke amongst paraprofessionals where we go, I'm like, well, what stage, you know, we're talking about it, and they're like, I don't get a raise. I just get, you know, the cost of living raise is what they get. They don't get any more stairs or steps. They just haven't moved. And so that is a concern, because when we think about the impact of paraprofessionals on our school district, we've got to learn to value those individuals quite a bit more. And then when I looked at, like, the longevity is also another major issue. I know with my contract I was in, at 15 years, we got like $1.65. At 20 years, you get $1.85, but they take away the $1.65. So over a 5-year period, you literally get a 20 cents raise for the entire, not 20 cents a year. We get a 20 cents raise from 15 years to 20 years. And so when I look at, like, longevity, and then when we go from 20 years to 25 years, it's the same exact thing, where the 185 then gets taken away and you get like a 215. And when I'm looking at this longevity ask, I don't know how many weeks is in your salary. And, you know, when I break it down real quick, it looks like it's somewhere between $2 to $3 increase for longevity. And so I don't know how often you get your longevity and how that works. But when I look at, like, people who are living in straight up poverty, we've got paraprofessionals who are making $15 an hour, $16 an hour, and the cost of living in St. Paul is $17.86. And so we're talking about people who can't even pay their rent, and we're not having the same energy around making sure that they're getting the accurate amount of dollars, basically, to live and survive and thrive off of. considering the amount of work that they're putting in and day out in our district. And I think we just really need to, and I'm not saying we need to bump paraprofessionals up to $100,000 a year. What I'm saying is we need to start to address it in a way that they are valued for who they are. I'm not saying that we shouldn't give you guys what you're asking for right now. I'm just saying that when we look at percentages on, 180,000 or 200,000 or 250,000, 1.5% is quite a bit of money. When we look at 1.5% on $16 an hour, that's chump change. And so I really want to start to look at this from an equity perspective and not so much an equality perspective until we can start to value every single employee in our district, because it takes every single employee in our district to be successful in any kind of strategic plan, envision, SPPS, whatever it is we're trying to roll out. Everybody has significant value in making that happen. And so I just wanted to address that. And I'll say it just like I said it about the